Assalamu alaikum and good evening from the United Arab Emirates. Boxing fans, for those of you in attendance at the venue, and for the thousands tuning in from around the globe, this is the IBA Champions Night. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Umar Kremlev of the IBA is proud to welcome you all to the IBA Champions Night, broadcasting you live around the globe from the heart of the United Arab Emirates, right here in the capital, from the prestigious Conrad Abu Dhabi Etihad Towers. This evening is proudly brought to you by the International Boxing Association and is proudly sponsored by Gold Caravan Travel Agency, Nirvana Investments, and officially by Gazprom as our general sponsor. This evening's fights are sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, your officials ringside tonight for the evening, representing the IBA. First off, we have Mr. Walid Jarrar from the Kingdom of Jordan. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside from the IBA as well. Representing India with Kabilan Sai Ashok. From Italy, Luca Validonga. From Kyrgyzstan, Jamila Borkoeva. From the United Arab Emirates, Sultan Al-Wali. And finally, from Tunisia, Zara Bouhlel. And overseeing all the officials in charge of the action here ringside, Mr. Chris Roberts, OBE, our technical officer. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have one question, and one question for you. Abu Dhabi, are you ready? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on our opening bout of the evening. Your opening bout of the evening here at your IBA Champions Night is sanctioned for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light welterweight 63.5 kg division matchup. As always, please help me welcome first into the ring your referee in charge of the action, the man by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Estonia, with referee Jakov Pettersson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your opening bout of the evening here at your IBA Champions Night. Please help me welcome as ring our first, fighting out of the gold corner, representing Toulouse, France, it's Sofiane Oumiha.
And welcome everybody to this IBA Champions Night. Our opening bout is at 63.5 kilos, light welterweight, and that is the familiar figure of Sofiane Oumiha, 2-time IBA World Champion, Olympic silver medalist back in Rio in 2016, one of the best to do this over the last few years. Most of his success has come at 60 kilos, 63.5, maybe doesn't quite suit him as well. 3-0 as a pro.
And now, bring out his opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing Yerevan, Armenia, it's Karin Tonakanyan.
And this fight is actually a rematch. We've got a few rematches on this card this evening. Oumiha and Tonakanyan. This is Karin Tonakanyan of Armenia. They met at the World Championships in Belgrade in Serbia late October. Their fight would have been. It was early in the competition. Oumiha won by RSC. Tonakanyan has boxed at 2 World Championships, a quarter-finalist at the European Championships as well. So a fairly experienced guy. That's a fight that's coming a little bit later on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your opening bout of the evening here at your IBA Champions Night. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside are from India, Italy, Kyrgyzstan, the United Arab Emirates, and Tunisia. This bout is sanctioned by the IBA for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light welterweight 63.5 kg division matchup. And finally, when the action begins, your man in the center of the ring, representing Estonia with referee Jakov Peterson. And now, reintroducing first, fighting out of the goal corner, he stands 178 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 61.65 kgs. Tonight he enters the ring with a perfect pro record of 3 wins, with 2 of those big wins coming in by way of knockout and no losses. Presenting the current 2021 IBA Men's World Boxing Champion, Madame et Monsieur, ce soir, il nous vient de France, de la ville de Toulouse, Sofiane Oumiha. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the black corner, he stands 176 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 62.9 kgs. A pro boxer with a perfect professional record of 3 wins, with 2 of those big wins coming in by way of knockout and no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, Tiknaik, Yevparonaik, Vokchunak, Hayastanits, Puncher Boy, Karan Tonakanyan. Ladies and gentlemen, our boxers are ready. Referee Jakov Peterson will now be giving his final instructions to the boxers.
Gentlemen, keep your heads up, no holding, no low blow. Listen to my commands all the time, okay? Shake hands, good luck.
So 5 3-minute rounds we've got here in the light welterweight division. This is the IBA Champions Night, and this is the format that the new IBA Pro Series will take. 5 rounds. No vests, no head guards, of course. And it'll be very interesting to see how that shapes up over the course of the next year. This is a great way to launch it. As I said, these two have met before. Oumiha boxing out of the gold corner. He's in the white and gold. In the black and gold is Tonakanyan, who, like Oumiha, 3-0 as a professional. Tonakanyan just looking to jab to the body there early on. Oumiha has got great reach on him, and generally speaking, uses it well. Right to the body again there from Tonakanyan. He's difficult to catch, Oumiha. He's got good in and out movement. Looks like he leans over that front foot a bit, but is, as I say, an elusive target a lot of the time. Again, there's that jab to the body from Tonakanyan. Oumiha trying to get that right hand off. Got a quiet opening round so far. Again, just touching with the lead hand there, Oumiha. Takes those feet back. Tonakanyan trying to be proactive here early on. Doubling up on that jab, just varying the height, going up to the head, down to the body. Oumiha just sliding underneath that lead left hand there from Tonakanyan, who was had a much better opening round here than he did in Belgrade. Got stopped by Oumiha on that occasion, as I mentioned. Just a little bit open there, Tonakanyan, as he looked to try and throw the right hand into the final minute of round 1. Just beaten to the jab there. Tonakanyan looked to go upstairs with his. Oumiha just pulled back and then touched him to the body. Nice uppercut there, though, with the right hand from Tonakanyan. Closing stages, getting towards the closing stages of round one. One-two there from Oumiha, got his feet nice and close. And he does look more solid than he has done physically when I've seen him previously, Oumiha. As I said at the start, most of his success as an amateur has come at 60 kilos. That's where the two World Championship golds have come. In the Olympics, he had to box at 63.5. Of course, there was no 60 kilos. Found himself eliminated by Keyshawn Davis, who's 7-0 as a pro now. So I think he's just put a little bit of weight on Oumiha and grown into that 63.5 kilos. He is a pro now, as I said at the top as well. Actually, another pro sitting at ringside, another terrific IBA elite level fighter. Hovhannes Bachkov is here, just away to my right, the Armenian multiple medalist at World Championships. Got a bronze in Belgrade, was knocked out by Andy Cruz in the semi-finals. Cruz, who's beaten everybody in the last 3 World Championships and the Olympic Games. So it'll be very interesting to see if Bachkov fancies the IBA Pro Series. I suspect that he will. There's Tonakanyan just looking for that left hand, but he was countered by an effective right there from Oumiha. So into the second round. Wasn't too much in that opener. It was Oumiha who probably landed with the slightly cleaner work, but I can't say that either one of them really dominated. Nice right to the body there from Tonakanyan. Just dipped his knees, changed the level, and threw that one in just above the belt. Just before that, a right hand landed for Oumiha. He finds a nice uppercut on the inside. Again, just using that jab there, Tonakanyan. Jab to the head, then down to the body. He doesn't really extend it, so he's within punching range every time he throws, really, Tonakanyan. He boxes short, if that makes sense, because, as I say, he never really extends that lead hand. That was a good example there. He just kind of walked into range there, really. He's using that double jab. And again there, and he has to, because otherwise he's just walking straight in on Oumiha, recording with a right-hand counter there. And again there, just a little bit ponderous, Tonakanyan. He's got to throw that jab, that double jab, nice and sharp when he looks to try and close down that distance. Again, he throws the jab that time, pulled it back a little bit slow. His feet were stuck, and Oumiha manages just to get off. And a straight right hand got through there from Tonakanyan, but Oumiha's just beginning to time him in this second round more effectively than he did in the first. Looking for that long kind of spidery 1-2 there, Oumiha. I mentioned Andy Cruz earlier on, and I wonder whether we'll be seeing him in the IBA Pro Series. I don't know the answer to that question, but I certainly feel like we need to. IBA looking to get all of the leading lights involved. Lead left hand there from Oumiha, and a lot of them are on show tonight. There's that jab to the body there from Oumiha. But Tonakanyan is happy to keep coming to him into the final minute of round 2, the schedule for 5. Missing with the right hand there, Tonakanyan. Came round and threw the left off the back of it. Good right hand from Oumiha, who just taps that back toe on the canvas. And that's a better work there from Tonakanyan, that replay. You see him throw that 1-2, but the problem he's got, as I said, is that he's always within range when he throws, because he doesn't really extend that lead hand. So to get himself into range to land, he's going to be within range to be hit, and Oumiha is very quick with the counters. But this is a much better showing from Tonakanyan. As I mentioned, when they met in the World Championships, it was an RSC in favour of Oumiha. That's Oumiha in the white and gold. Picked up a gold medal in Hamburg in 2017 as well, a silver at the European Games in 2019, a silver at the Olympic Games in 2016. So it's been a very successful period for him. As it has been for French international amateur boxing in general during that period, actually. Of course, we had Tony Yoka and Estelle Marcelli, world champions, Olympic champions. Marcelli here this week for the Global Boxing Forum, is somewhere around ringside. Nice left hand to the body there from Tonakanyan. Oumiha came back with a shorter right into the midriff himself, and he's looking for that more now, Tonakanyan. Just dipping off to his left and trying to find that gap around the back of the right elbow. Nice jab from Oumiha. Referee just talking to Tonakanyan about keeping that head up, but he throws that jab. It comes out a little bit slow, comes back a bit slow, and Oumiha just immediately throws that right hand. And that's been the problem that Tonakanyan has really. He's done a lot of decent work in this fight. But of the two of them, Oumiha is just that bit sharper, that bit better. Nice uppercut there from Tonakanyan, moved in behind the jab, got his feet nice and close enough to throw that right hand up the middle. He's got to try and get on top of Oumiha, who over 3 rounds is very, very effective. I'd be extremely curious to see whether he might fade ever so slightly in the 4th and the 5th. I've got no particular reason to think that, but that's the beauty of this 5-round format. An extra 2 rounds can make a lot of difference. Tonakanyan nice and compact, shaping with the right hand, but caught on the shoulder by Oumiha. Final few seconds of round 3. He's a difficult target to hit, Oumiha, because he alternates really between keeping that guard up in place, and he's got long arms and long forearms on him, so he covers up effectively. And some of the time he'll get very side on, turn his back to you almost, as he did right at the very start of that replay sequence, and then he's also got sharp reflexes, so getting through and landing clean on him is a difficult thing to do. So into the 4th, Oumiha in the white and gold, Tonakanyan in the black and gold. This is the opening fight on this IBA Champions Night. Oumiha with the jab into the body. Tonakanyan looks for the right into the body, but as he pulled back out, just got clipped by a left hand there from Oumiha. Nice uppercut on the inside there from the Frenchman. I mentioned at the start that he looks a bit thicker set, a bit more muscular, and I think that'll be the result of an increased level of pro training that he'll have been doing in recent times. And although he is very, very skillful, I have always kind of wondered whether as a professional, over the longer formats, the longer distances, it's really going to work out for him, purely because he might find him up against fighters who can take what he gives them, walk him down, and maybe get to him in the later stages. When we're up towards 10, 12 rounds, the championship distance, we'll see. It's unfair of me to prejudge him on that front, but he just is really well suited to the IBA format, the 3-round sprint. I've always thought Tonakanyan just doing good work to the body there. Again, just getting his feet nice and close. But the point of this Pro Series in many ways is to give fighters the option of competing in both codes at the same time, as fighters have been for a while now. But I think they really believe it's something that you can do successfully, that the two careers, if you like, can complement each other, as they have done for somebody we'll see later on. Back at Jalolov hasn't done him any harm at all. He's 12-0 as a pro. Nice uppercut there from Oumiha, but since 2018 has won a World Championships and Asian Championships and Olympic gold medal. He's combined the two to absolutely sensational effect, and I wouldn't mind betting we'll see him box at the Men's World Championships at home in Tashkent in Uzbekistan in May. Whether he'll try and appear at the next Olympics or not, I don't know, but the World Championship seems very likely. Final 10 seconds of round 4. Good examples these of the reflexes that Oumiha has. I was saying that he's hard to lay a glove on, and you can see exactly why there. The first time he just avoided a punch, the second time he threw a combination himself, fell short, but then rolled out off the back of it. What you never see him do is punch and stand still. That just never happens. And Tonakanyan, we've seen him do that a few times. Take his feet in, throw the combination, but before he can get back out, something comes back from Oumiha. Oumiha never, ever, ever stands and admires his own work. So fifth and final round between these two. It's been a decent watch this, the opening fight. IBA competition just winding up for the year. It's been a busy year. Continental Championships, Women's World Championships in Istanbul in May. European Juniors, European Youths, World Youths. Finished a few weeks ago in Spain. That's always a very interesting watch to see who's coming through. So it's been a busy time of it, and next year looks set to be no different. The Women's World Championship set for March, April time. Men's, as I mentioned, first couple of weeks of May in Tashkent, and there's plenty more besides. One-two into the body there from Oumiha. Throws that left hand and then just slips off to his left. Uppercut. has landed a couple of times to Tonakanyan in this fight. As I said, Oumiha can tend to lean quite heavily on that front foot at times. He's pretty good at bringing that weight back quickly. But you can see how a fighter would study him and feel like that's a punch that could do some damage. Little feint with the front foot there from Tonakanyan, but just dropped the gloves a little bit, and he saw that glimpse of the target, Oumiha, and snapped out that lead hand. Big round right hand, roundhouse right hand. Landed on Tonakanyan, who, as I say, is given a good account of himself here. You can see that he's learnt plenty after that encounter in Serbia. But the edge in hand speed, reflexes, overall skill level has been with Oumiha. That was a beautiful piece of work there. Lovely 1-2, got great range on it. Then just spins around that front foot, and all of a sudden he's behind Tonakanyan. Into the last 20 seconds, and he's just beginning to turn it on a little bit towards the end here, Oumiha. Moving those feet, trying to lead off with the uppercut. Lovely combination again there, and treating us to a good finish there. The 2021 world champion, and he will get this one on the cards. But it was a decent fight. Tonakanyan pushed him and pushed him and pushed him. And he did have some success, but it's just hard work up against Oumiha. It's hard work to land on him. As I said, I do think as a pro, when he gets towards 10, 12 rounds, he is generally going to have to go the distance. If he's got it in the tank to do that, if he's got the energy and the engine to do that, then he is absolutely capable of winning some titles, because when it comes to the purest art of boxing, which is hit and don't get hit, he is very good at that. It's just whether in that pro ring with the smaller gloves somebody can cut that ring down on him, land on him enough to slow him down, and then do some damage. That's what fighters will be looking to do. That's what they'll need to do if they're going to beat him.
Ladies and gentlemen, your opening bout here at your IBA Champions Nights comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light welterweight 63.5 kg division. Before we go to the scorecards, we'd like to kindly invite into the ring for your official awarding ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we bring out a very special guest, the legendary, undisputed cruiserweight and heavyweight champion of the world, Evander the Real Deal Holyfield. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light welterweight 63.5 kg division matchup. We go to the scorecards where all your judges see it the same way, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by unanimous decision. To the gold corner in Louisville du France, Tel Aviv, du Toulouse, Sofiane Oumiha. you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue the action here at your IBA Champions Night as we move on our next bout. Our next bout for the evening is sanctioned by the IBA with association with the UAE Boxing Federation for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's welterweight 67 kg division matchup. As always, please help me welcome first from the ring your referee in charge of the action, the man by the bell, representing the IBA by way of India with referee Kabilan Saeed.
Referee just checking the ropes.
This bout is sanctioned for 5 3-minute rounds by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation for a men's welterweight 67 kg division matchup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we bring our first fighting out of the gold corner, representing Bonnie, Scotland, it's Reese Lynch.
He's had a very, very good last 12 months or so, Reese Lynch. Saw him get a bronze medal at the World Championships last October, November time in Belgrade. And that was a significant achievement. It was a difficult World Championships because it came straight out the back of an Olympic Games, which it never normally does, of course. So we had lots of new faces, lots of fighters with very little experience at that absolutely top-end level. And he adjusted really, really well and followed it up with a Commonwealth Games gold medal earlier this year too. So he is on a roll at the moment, Reese Lynch.
And now, bring out his opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing the capital of the United Arab Emirates, it's Amer Husain Al-Suwaidan.
So this is Amer Hussein Ali Saeed, 21 years old, national champion from right here in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Both of these two fighters 21 years old. There's a big golfing experience between the two, I think it's fair to say that, and this will be a real test for Ali Saeed, a real test up against someone who has proven his mettle at the very highest level over the last year.
We continue the action right here live around the world with your IBA Champions Night. This bout is sanctioned for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's welterweight 67 kg division matchup. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside are from Estonia, Tunisia, Italy, Kyrgyzstan, and finally the United Arab Emirates. And when the action begins, your 6th man in the center of the ring by the bell, representing the IBA by way of India with referee Kabilan Saeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, reintroducing first, fighting out of the gold corner, he stands 182 centimeters tall, weighing in officially at 65.4 kgs, presenting the current 2021 IBA World Boxing bronze medalist and the current 2022 Commonwealth Games gold medalist, fighting out of Falda House, Bonnie, Scotland, it's Reese Lightning Lynch. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the black corner, he stands 177 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 65.5 kgs. Tonight he is the current UAE men's welterweight division champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Sayyidati wa Sadati min Abu Dhabi Al-Imarat, Amer Hussein Al-Suwaidan. Ladies and gentlemen, our fighters are ready. Referee Kabilan Saeed will now be giving his final instructions to the boxers.
No holding, no low blow. Listen to stop, break, box.
So they're scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Lynch there on the left-hand side in the white and gold. In the black and gold, Ali Saeed, and both of these two boxing out of the southpaw stance. Those medals that I mentioned for Lynch, the gold at the Commonwealths, the bronze at the World Championships, they were at light welter, so 63.5 kilos. This is set at welterweight, so 67. He weighed in, though, about 65.5, so I wonder what he will do in terms of weight, whether he has moved up to welter or whether he can still get back down to light welter. 2 kilos above it tonight, which might not sound like a lot, but it's 4.5 pounds, so it is quite a lot. 21 years old, it could well be that he's grown out of that 63.5 kilo division. And he's applying the pressure here to Ali Saeed with that front foot, just getting on top of him. Again, just walking across the ring on him there, manoeuvring him from one corner back to the other. Just lost his balance a bit as he came forward there, Lynch. He's always just rolling forward. You see him just prod forward with that front foot, swinging that lead hand low. Leads off with a hook there. Lynch taking on the gloves from Ali Saeed. The 1-2 didn't quite get there. Be good to see him pop the jab a bit here, Lynch. Feints with the front foot. He's got a long wingspan on him. Ali Saeed just committed there for the first time, really. Nice left hand on the inside there from Lynch. Short with the left, but when the left came back from Ali Saeed, he was back out of range. Lynch just shaping without throwing, as he had his man pretty much where he wanted him there. Again, just goes in with a left hand to the body. Got a nice wide stance on him, Lynch. And as I say, he's boxing this just with his feet, really, but it'd be good to see him use that lead hand a bit more and let his hands go a little bit more when he gets into range. Maybe just biding his time. He's got 5 rounds here. Just stoops in with a right hand to the body there, Lynch, and again. Touch of gloves between the two at the end of the first round. And as I said, this is a big step up for Ali Saeed, so he did all right in that first round. Lynch very, very experienced at junior and youth level. Boxed at the Europeans, at the World Youths, European under 22s. Last year I was at that competition actually in Roseto degli Abruzzi. What a place to go and watch some boxing. Right up until the finals, it's out in the open air, the 2 rings right next to each other. In a holiday resort, basically, just on the coast. The finals are taken inside, but it's a tremendous place to go for a tournament. Loads of fighters at junior and European level will have been there, under 22 level as well, so those watching will know exactly what I'm talking about. But he went straight from that into the Senior World Championships last autumn time, and as I said, big left hand there from Ali Saeed right at the start of the round, and just as I was outlining his credentials there, Lynch, he's walked onto one very quickly up, but that was beautifully timed from Ali Saeed, and he caught Lynch just a little bit on his heels, and straight he went onto the flat of his back, and that makes things interesting. And he's looking to let his hands go a bit here, the UAE fighter, and these two trading on the inside. It was looking exactly the same as the opening round, with Lynch just manoeuvring Ali Saeed back towards the corner off to my right, looking to close in. Slightly tentative, was within range but wasn't throwing, as I mentioned in the first round at one point. And Ali Saeed just came straight in with the left hand, caught him, and down he went. He wasn't hurt, but that will be a huge boost to the confidence of the home fighter. IBA scoring, remember, does not attach any points value necessarily to a knockdown. In professional boxing, if you score a knockdown in a round, then you will win that round 10-8. There can be some exceptions to that, but it's extremely unusual. In IBA boxing, that is not the case. It's about interpreting dominance. So you may score a knockdown in a round, but you could still go on to lose that round. That is perfectly possible. And Lynch just trying to get onto the front foot a little bit here, but again he's neglecting that jab a bit, uses it there, just plants the jab into the chest. Long left hand there from Lynch, and that was a good shot, and he looks to let his own hands go. That left definitely got the attention there of Ali Saeed. For a split second he looked slightly stunned, and Lynch, I think, has been just provoked into action a little bit here. But there again, there's that left hand counter from Ali Saeed, just caught Lynch off the back of his own left hand. This has been a great round. 30-odd seconds remaining in round 2. Leads off with the right hand there, Ali Saeed. He's just got his confidence up now. He's happy as Lynch walks in just to let his hands go a little bit more. And as I was saying in that opening round, that's just something that Lynch has done. He's walked in on his man and left himself in range. Rather than move in behind the jab, rather than move in behind his own punches, quite often he's been a little bit slow to get off. Left hand there from Lynch, right towards the end of the round. Well, what a start we had to that second round. Absolutely terrific. I'm sure we'll get a look at it again here. And there he was. Great shot. Great shot. And that's where he had his own success there, Lynch, as he backed his man up to the corner and did let his hands go. But good round that from Ali Saeed. As I said, IBA scoring, it's about interpreting dominance. 5 scoring judges ringside. 10-9, 10-8, 10-7 they can go. You don't see too many 10-7s, to be honest with you, because if it gets that kind of one-sided, then the referee will more often than not stop the fight. But you do see a good number of 10-8s. So into the third round we go. Lynch, I would say, took that first round. Ali Saeed, in my eyes, courtesy of that knockdown, I would go his way with the second, although Lynch did do some good work himself. But as I've been saying, I'd just like to see Lynch moving behind that jab. Get that jab working, moving behind that. Set your attacks up a bit more, because at the minute, again there, he does jab down to the body. He's right on top of Ali Saeed with that front foot. He's got that nice wide stance, good reflexes there too. He's putting the pressure on, just not throwing enough. Ali Saeed comes forward himself there, but Lynch that time just taking his feet back, managing to stay out of the way. Now let's have the jab right there from Lynch. Let's have the jab. He's just feinting with that front foot, trying to draw something from Ali Saeed, who isn't going for it. There's a jab to the chest. Always a good shot, the jab to the chest. Takes your opponent off balance. Saeed's able to come out of the corner there and throw the left. Lynch, though, pulling the weight onto his back foot. It's an interesting contest this now. The right hand there from Saeed, just about got there. And there's a jab again from Lynch, and this is better. But when he neglects it and just stands there without throwing, then Ali Saeed is encouraged, and he comes forward. Eventually throws the jab there, Lynch. I was right side onto that, and you can just see him creeping in. And I just feel like he's waited a bit too long most of the time. Left hand there, though, from Lynch was a decent shot. You can see what he's trying to do. He's looking to try and get Ali Saeed to fire off first. He's comfortable doing that. But we saw what happened that one time at the start of the second round. There's that feint again from Lynch. Right in tight there, and Ali Saeed just leads off and looks for that right hand. Up jab there from Lynch. Does make Ali Saeed fall short, but he moves straight onto the shoulder there, the hometown fighter. Final few seconds of round 3. This has been a good watch so far. There's that jab. Just leading off with that right hand there, Ali Saeed, and there's that straight left from Lynch. So into the fourth, Reese Lynch in the white and gold, and the black and gold Ali Saeed. Touch your gloves, and there's not much in this so far. Decent 1-2 there from Ali Saeed. The left hand just about got there. The glove was up from Lynch. Of the two, Lynch has got the greater experience, the greater achievements, and the better tools. I don't think there's any real doubt about that, but Ali Saeed has been nice and composed. He hasn't been overawed here, despite the golfing experience between the pair of them. He scored that knockdown in the second round as well. I just feel like Lynch is making this harder for himself than it really needs to be. Nice 1-2 again there from Ali Saeed, and that's what I've been talking about. When he commits there, Ali Saeed, he makes a big movement, closes that gap down, throws the 1-2, gets through with it, because Lynch, a lot of the time, is just standing within range. He moves into range, but he's not throwing. And again there, he's within range and he just doesn't throw. Eventually gets that jab off to the chest. Nice right to the body there from Lynch, and then looks for the straight left hand. That's better from Lynch. As he comes in, he was punching on his way in there, just as he got onto the borderline of range, fractionally within that arc. He let his hands go. Little feint, and Ali Saeed that time does buy it and tries to come forward. But I think in these final 2 rounds, he just needs to be a bit more aggressive, Lynch, and he is being now, rather than trying to draw something from Ali Saeed and look for the counter. Just get on that front foot, set things up with a jab, as he looks to do there, and puts it on him a bit. Straight left hand again there from Lynch. He's got to keep the work rate high. Leads off with the right hand. Just turns his man into the corner there on instruction from the coaching staff over on the far side. Tentative looking lead. Left hand there from Ali Saeed, and again there, and Lynch was just looking to try and time it. Final few seconds of round 4, and Lynch just trying to let his hands go. Upper body movement there from Lynch just to ride that right hand. He was more aggressive in that 4th round, and although not all of these got through absolutely clean, that right hand did score there, and it'd be good to see a bit more of that from him, because it's been slightly frustrating watching this. I think he's done well, Ali Saeed. He's had to really step up here against somebody who's had a very, very good last 13, 14 months. Fifth and final round. It's at welterweight, 67 kilos, 13 weight divisions for the men, 12 for the women, redrawn for the World Championships that I've been mentioning in Belgrade last autumn time. Right hand counter there from Lynch into the body. There's that jab. Good upper body movement there from Lynch, tucked up nicely. Looking for that long 1-2, jab to the body, then let that left hand go. That's more like it from Lynch, just moves in behind that jab, double movement, then looks for that nice long straight left hand. He's got good reach on him. That southpaw left, it's amazing how often that gets through. And again, just tucking up behind the shoulder there. And that's better from Lynch. Got much, much better distance on that. Better range on it. He's looking nice and sharp in this 5th here, the Scot. And this is more what we would have liked to have seen from him from the beginning, I think. Good jab, stiff jab, and out comes the gum shield. Just whipped it up from the waist. And that just gets rinsed off and put back in. And right above us there, Ali Saeed, he's, I think, feeling it a little bit towards the end of this 5th and final round. But this has been a good performance from him. As I've been saying, he's a national champion in the UAE, but he's not boxed at anything like the same kind of level as his opponent. And he's made a real good fist of things. Lynch has still won this fight on my scorecard. And I think he's actually so far looked at his best in this 5th and final round. Just keener to let his hands go. And that jab that knocked out the gum shield would have been good to have seen a bit more of that a bit earlier on, just really planting that up from the waist through the guard. A real weapon. Nice 1-2 there from Ali Saeed. Again, he just waited a fraction too long there, Reese Lynch, and as he did, Ali Saeed stepped in and let his hands go, and those two just talking about the knockdown at the start of the 2nd round there, I think, and there is a lot to be satisfied with if you are boxing out of the black corner. Absolutely there is. As I said on my card, Reese Lynch has won that fight, but he was made to work. And as I've been saying, credit to him. A heavy, heavy underdog coming into the night, into this IBA Champions Night. But he'll take a lot from that performance, and Lynch showed us flashes there, I would say, of what he's capable of. So our MC Richie Panica just sauntering into the ring there, taking up his position behind the referee. Just waiting for those gloves to get removed for Ali Saeed, and then we'll get the decision and the award of the belt. You see his weight there, 65.4, and the same for Ali Saeed. They're kind of in the middle of the division, but that's no
Ladies
big deal.
and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close after only 5 3-minute rounds in a men's welterweight 67 kg division matchup. However, before we go to the scorecards, we'd like to kindly take a moment and invite our special VIP guest. Please help me welcome into the center of the ring His Highness Sheikh Surur bin Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Nahyan. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's welterweight 67 kg division matchup. We go to the scorecards where all your judges see it the same way, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by unanimous decision. To the gold corner from Fulton House, Body Scotland, it's Reese Lightning Lynch.
He will pocket that $30,000 US check and have that belt put around his waist. He was expected to win that fight. To win that fight he has. Had some manners put on him at the start of that second round as he was put onto his back by Amer Husain Ali Saeed. And as I said there, I think we saw flashes from Lynch of what he's capable of. I don't want to sound too hard on him, but having seen him a good few times, I think he would agree that it was a kind of performance where there was a slight bit of ring rust there possibly, but he's got the win and a very profitable night's work.
Ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum and a very good evening to those of you joining us here around the globe as you tune in here live for the IBA Champions Night, coming to you from the heart of the United Arab Emirates right here in Abu Dhabi. We move on our action right here in our ring with our third bout of the evening. Your third bout of the evening is sanctioned for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light middleweight 71 kg division matchup. As always, please help me welcome first into the ring your referee in charge of the action, the man by the bell, representing the UAE with referee Sultan Al Wali.
And like this introduction of the referee. You don't get this in pro boxing.
And now, please help me welcome first into the ring, fighting out of the goal corner, representing Cuba, is Roniel Iglesias.
Always a privilege, really, to see someone like Iglesias. He has been at the very top level for such a long time. Bronze medalist at the 2008 Olympic Games, world champion the year after that, Olympic champion in 2012, achieved that again 9 years later in Tokyo. WSB winner, Pan Am gold medalist, American Championship gold medalist. He's done everything multiple times, and to still have the hunger and the desire and the dedication to be at this level, well, it's impressive, it really is.
And now, bring out his opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, it's Zeyad Ieshash.
And Iglesias will have bad memories of the last time that these two met, because it was in the World Championships in Belgrade, just weeks really after we'd seen Iglesias win gold in Tokyo. There was a head clash after seconds of the first round, and Ieshash got the decision. He got the decision, and through he went. Brother of Husain, these two both Olympians and a recent silver medalist at the Asian Championships in front of a home crowd in Jordan as well. Zeyad Ieshash went out early in Tokyo, but he is a good fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is sanctioned by the IBA and the UAE Boxing Federation for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light middleweight 71 kg division matchup. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside are from India, Estonia, Tunisia, Italy, and Kyrgyzstan. And finally, when the action begins, your man in the center of the ring from the United Arab Emirates, we have referee Sultan Al-Wali. And now, ladies and gentlemen, reintroducing first, fighting out of the goal corner, he stands 178 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 70.35 kgs. Presenting the former 2012 London Olympian and the current 2020 Tokyo Olympian, lightweight, light middleweight, 71 kg division champion. Ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, representando Vina del Rio de Cuba, Roniel Iglesias. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the black corner, he stands 173 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 70.8 kgs. He is the current 2022 ASBC Asian Elite Men's Silver Medalist, Sayyidati wa Sadati Min Amman Jordan, presenting Zeyad Zizu Hashem. Our boxers are ready. Referee Sultan Al-Wali will now be giving his final instructions to the boxers.
So, as I mentioned, when these two met in Belgrade, it was very, very short-lived. It was exactly the kind of circumstance you don't want to see in the ring. Head clash early. The judges have to give what they've seen one way or the other, and it was in the other ring. It was in ring A. I was covering ring B for those 2 weeks, and I'd imagine Ieshash
Head up,
did a couple,
no
maybe
holding,
just one.
no listen my
seconds, and that will be enough,
check
because that's all the judges have got to go on. He got the decision, and Iglesias went out. That first gold in London was at 64 kilos. The second in Tokyo at 69, and I think we'll see Iglesias again in Paris at 71. That is an Olympic weight, so that worked out pretty well for him, actually. For other fighters, not so much, because it's 7 men's weight divisions and 6 for the women in Paris. So the parameters are quite wide. Iglesias just on top of his man there, that front foot nice and close. He let his hands go. Ieshash just dips off to his left-hand side and looks to try and shovel that right over the top, but Iglesias busy with the hands. Good jab to the body there from Ieshash. Upper body movement from the Jordanian. And again, right into the body, followed by a left. Decent start from him. Tucking up there, Iglesias. Uses those feet and uses the ropes well too, but there was a right hand in there from Ieshash. Good purchase on that uppercut. Good distance, dug his toes in there, Iglesias. He didn't travel all that far, but he's a kind of puncher, Iglesias, who I think digs a bit harder than he looks like he does. He works around that front foot. He's very rarely out of distance. And again, the left hand just snakes through there. Short, sharp shots, that's what he looks to throw. Ieshash winding up a little bit more from the outside himself. Good right hand there. I think it was mainly taken on the gloves, but it was solid. Switch southpaw there briefly, Ieshash. Jab to the body and then through that right. He pulls off that right hand a bit. Ieshash doesn't really manage to snap it straight down the middle. So he's got to be right up close to be able to find a home for it. Clever from Iglesias. Ieshash may have felt the referee would get involved there. Iglesias, though, let him go and then started punching. Good opening round this as we head into the final minute. Nice combination from Iglesias. He's got an awful lot of experience in this 5-round format. WSB winner. Boxed a lot of times in that format, World Series boxing. When Iglesias gets tight, he's looking to land that right hand, and it goes into the body again there from Ieshash. Not been much in this opening round. Bell goes. The Cuban takes a seat over on the far side of the ring. And there's that right hand. That's what he's looked for most of the time. He'll dip off to the left and then throw that right. As I mentioned, he's got to be quite tight in to land it. Some decent body work, but there are those chipping shots from Iglesias. As I said, there wasn't an awful lot in that opening round. And the top that the trainer's got on in the corner there for Iglesias, the Cuba Domadores, that was the name of the World Series boxing team. I was ringside when they lost to the Astana Arlans in 2015. That was an epic match. And a year later in Tashkent, when they won in great style, 9-1 against the British Lionhearts, in a team that barely changed really over a 3-4 year spell. Talking about the likes of Ioannis Argalagos, Guzbani Vaitia, Andy Cruz, Rebesi Ramirez. Cruz boxed quite a lot at bantamweight. Ramirez went missing for a bit. Lazaro Alvarez, Yasniel Toledo, Iglesias, Arlen Lopez, Julio de Cruz, Eruslandi Savon. It was a team. Just looking at the referee there, Iglesias. I think he feels like Ieshash every now and again is just slipping one around the back, and that may well be the case, but you just have to get on with it. Again with that raking left hand, he falls in after it a bit, Ieshash, and again there, Iglesias that time managed to just dip in below it, but he'll throw that right hand, he'll commit to it, Ieshash, and move onto the shoulder. He loses his balance a bit sometimes, and Iglesias has got to find a way of just maybe taking that half step back and trying to catch him as he comes in and throws it, because he is quite open when he throws it. And those short, sharp shots from Iglesias, they don't have to travel as far as that wide right hand, but he's struggling with it a bit at the minute, the Cuban, and it's working well for Ieshash. Iglesias, I think, maybe just waiting a bit too long. Swings himself off balance there as he looks for the right hand. This is a good round for Ieshash. His second round, I would say so far this is his. Long way to go. Front foot just slipped on the advertising logo in the centre of the ring there. Through the right hand a little bit straight there, but again just digs those toes in, throws that right. That was clumsy, but again, as I say, he commits to it. He threw the right hand, it left him totally out of position really, but then just threw it again. Right hand into the body there from Ieshash. Good shot. And the two brothers, Zeyad and Husain, really representing Jordan over the last few years. Husain now down at heavyweight. Good right hand to the body there. A couple of nice uppercuts to the body there from Ieshash. Lands a left hand too. He's just beating Iglesias to the punch here. He's got the busier hands. And at the minute, the sharper hands. Good left hand there though from Iglesias. He left himself slightly open there, Ieshash. I think we're going to get a terrific rounds 3, 4 and 5 here, because I think the Cuban knows that he needs to provide a bit of a response. The first round was very tight. The second round was the black corner for me, above me. I don't think there can be too much doubt about that. So Iglesias, well, he could be 2 rounds down here. Could be 1 apiece, but he could be 2 down. Right into the body again there. And there's that right hand, as I say, he commits to it. Fell in behind it there, but he moves onto the shoulder. Iglesias has taken his feet all the way out, so he's in no position to do anything about it. Combination to the body there from Ieshash. And he just finds interesting little angles with it too at times. I was just talking about his brother towards the end of the round, Husain, who I first saw up super heavy qualifying for Rio over in China. Now slimmed down to heavyweight, and those two really flying the flag. Good to see how boxing is growing around the world. Jordan, a decent example of that with the success that those two have had. And the recent Asian Boxing Championships in Jordan. Right hand to the body there from Ieshash again at the start of the round. He has to get his feet close. Good combination there from Iglesias. So he's got to commit, and every time you commit, you are taking a bit of a risk. But it's working for him. Yes, hand to the body there from Ieshash, and again there he made a couple of mistakes there. He came in, his balance was off, he came over the top of that front foot, but because Iglesias had just taken his feet all the way back, he couldn't do anything about it. These two just trading up close here. This is great stuff to watch. Iglesias got through with some decent shots there, but Ieshash just holding his ground. Landed a few of his own as well. Great exchange. There's that right again, landing into the body as Iglesias comes forward. And the Cuban has just got to keep that work rate high and try and find the gaps here on the inside. He's doing a good job of it there. Again, just moves in behind that right hand and then just looking into the corner. He kind of throws that left foot wide, throws the right hand wide, and whether he lands it or not, he just comes forward. There was a nice left hand on the inside there from Ieshash, and then Iglesias just trying to manhandle him a bit. Just over a minute remaining in round 3, and again, there's not an awful lot in this round. And Iglesias, I think, needs this round, because whichever way that first one has gone, he's lost the second round. so he needs this one. Left hand into the body from Iglesias, but as he stumbles forward, he gets caught with a couple there. Good jab from Iglesias, just clipped the chin there of Ieshash as he came forwards. Well, these two just nicking a little bit of a rest as we head towards the final 30 seconds. And Iglesias just trying to trade off with that right hand on the inside. And again, they're a great example of exactly what Ieshash is doing, particularly as he gets a little bit more tired maybe. Moving onto the shoulder behind that right hand, moving straight onto the shoulder. It's a good plan because it means you could grab hold of your opponent, maybe get a little bit of a breather if possible, but it also just makes it really difficult to counter that single shot. And again, moving those feet in, he's never found a way, Iglesias, in this fight. Very unusually for him, when faced with that kind of attack, just to step off to the side and try and catch him on the way forward. He's pulled back in straight lines, and Ieshash has just chased him down across the ring. That was taken on the gloves, but then he goes down below. And again there, and he's landed that right hand a lot, and there's a good lead left from Ieshash as well. I've got him ahead here. Short little left hand, and that's good upper body movement from Iglesias, but he's being outworked. He's being outworked. So rounds 4 and 5 coming up here. Iglesias, as I say, has got a ton of experience over this 5-round format. Ieshash has not. Not sure what's going on here. Maybe a little bit too much. Well, he's just getting towelled down at the start of the round. That's slightly unusual. Sometimes if there's a bit too much Vaseline, the referee will need that removed. Maybe that was the case. There's a good left hand from Ieshash, and that's a great example of what's been happening in this fight. Iglesias is letting his hands go, but Ieshash is having the final word in almost every exchange. Left hand to the body there again from the Jordanian. These two just wrestling. Iglesias trying to find a bit of room for that left hand. Cuffing right hand, didn't land absolutely clean, but they were in front of each other there, and it was Ieshash who was the keener to get off first and let those hands go. And he's just found it difficult to deal with, Iglesias, this style of Ieshash, where he'll launch that right hand and, as I say, follow it in. Left hand there from Iglesias, and Ieshash is more useful on the inside probably than you think he's going to be. There doesn't seem to be room sometimes, but then he'll just shorten up that right hand somehow, get that bend in the elbow, and find a gap. Right hand to the body there from Ieshash, and a left as well, as these two just pile onto each other's shoulder. A minute remaining in round 4, and again, there's a couple of scoring shots from Ieshash, just little dabs to the body. One to the right hand, in behind it, onto the shoulder. And as I've been saying all the way through, Iglesias has struggled to find an answer for it. And again there, and it just surprises me that a fighter like Iglesias just hasn't been able to take that little step off to the side, just get off the punching line and catch Iashash as he comes forward, because, as I say, the balance isn't always there. Good left hand from Iglesias. Well, bell goes to the end of the fourth, and Iashash with a nod as he comes back to the corner. I've got him ahead here. I've got him ahead by a decent margin too. He needs a big, big final round for me, Iglesias here. 5 scoring judges are ringside, they're the ones that matter, of course. Just grabs hold on the inside there. Short right hand just catches Iglesias as he was on his way in, and right hand to the body. It's quite unorthodox at times from Iashash, but it's cleverer than it looks, the way he's able to use that right hand. Champions night, and that is very, very apt when you're watching somebody like Roniel Iglesias. He is a multiple champion in all sorts of different competitions. He's done the clean sweep, Olympics, World Championships, Pan Am Games, American Championships. Hundreds and hundreds of amateur fights. But he's up against it here. For me, he is anyway into the 5th and final round. He needs to win this final round, and I think win it comprehensively. Could do with a 10-8 here maybe, the way I'm looking at it, but my card very much unofficial. Referee just talking to Iglesias about holding, talking to both of them about the same thing there actually. I don't think there's been too much of that really. They've come together a lot, basically due to the style. Just dips off to his left hand side there, throws the right hand over the top, and again he got through enough to register with the judges. He is very reliant on that right hand, Iashash, but he's not a one-trick pony with it. Lands it to the body again there. He can land it almost any which way. He looks for the uppercut there. Body combination there from Iashash as Iglesias came in, and again there, lands again. Heads almost coming together there, as they did, as I mentioned, so early on at the World Championships. Nice jab from Iashash, and then that right hand into the body. That's worked really, really well for him. And again, moves in behind the jab. You see just the way he commits with that front foot. He just throws that right hand, and Iglesias he's kind of stayed on the tracks in this fight. It's been like a train on the track and has just stayed on it. Either held his ground and Iashash has kind of run into it, or he's just pulled back, but along that same track. Right hand looked like it might be a little bit low there from Iashash, but the referee let it go. Right hand there from Iashash. Made contact pretty much on the thigh of Iglesias. Good left hand to the body there from the Jordanian. So again, he's finishing strong. He's got it in the tank here to box 5 rounds. And that was a question. And there's a head clash, I think, because there's a little cut on the left thigh there of Iglesias. And I'm assuming that was a head clash. It might not have been. He's blinking. He's wiping the blood away. Final few seconds. And for me, Roniel Iglesias, the double Olympic gold medalist, has been well beaten here by Zeyad Iashash. A very good performance from the Jordanian. He is all action. It's a little bit messy at times. It's maybe not one absolutely for the purists, but that's a good performance. He worked very hard, and with that right hand, as I say, he is cleverer than he looks, because he has managed to land it in all sorts of different ways, and that's a big victory. It was a strange win at the World Championships for him. Left hand to the body there, onto the inside. He finds just enough room, and whilst Iglesias feels like he's getting a hold there and there's not enough room for him to work, Iashash has managed to find room to work himself. That's a really good performance. The first round was tight. But after that, I thought he won rounds 2, 3, 4 and 5. Iglesias, I've got it absolutely clear. And that will give him an enormous amount of confidence. 24 years old, 10 years Iglesias is junior. And coming into this off the back of a silver at the Asian Championships. And he looks confident in the centre of the ring there. He looks confident. Okay, here comes Rishi. Let's get the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light middleweight 71 kg division matchup. Before we go to the scorecards, we'd like to kindly invite into the ring our VIP guest presenting the legendary former heavyweight, light heavyweight, super middleweight, and middleweight division champion, Roy Jones Jr.
Always great to see Superman, one of my all-time favourites. I'd love it if he gave us a song later on. He did that in Republic Square in Belgrade on International Boxing Day last August. It was tremendous. It was raining, people's spirits were dampened, and then all of a sudden there he was, giving us all you all must have forgot and can't be touched.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's light middleweight 71 kg division matchup. Before we go to the scorecards, we'd like to kindly inform our guests here that the IBA is giving a donation fund of $30,000 and $20,000 for our winner and runner-up. All your judges see it the same way, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by unanimous decision. To the black corner, men, Amer, Jordan, Zeyad, Zizou, Ashe.
Big win that for Zeyad Iglesias. Huge win. And you can see what it means to him, because Iglesias is a legend of the game. Double Olympic gold medalist. He's done everything. Absolutely everything. And he did beat him at the World Championships at Iglesias, but we know what happened. It was an early head clash and a complete lottery, but that was not a lottery. That was a very good performance. And he takes that 30,000 check, which he will certainly enjoy, but it's about the win and where that might take him on the next stage of his career. Iglesias will know that he was well beaten there tonight. Good fight though, good to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum and good evening to those of you joining us here live around the world as you tune in for the IBA Champions Night. We continue the action right here live in the ring in Abu Dhabi for our next bout. Our next bout is the highly anticipated female matchup of the evening. Your female matchup is sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation for 5 2-minute rounds in a female featherweight 57 kg division. As always, please help me welcome first into the ring your referee in charge of the action, the woman by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Tunisia with referee Sarah Bouhlel.
So the one and only women's fight on the card here. The IBA Pro Series, of course, will feature females. 5 2-minute rounds we've got here. That's interesting. We'll discuss that further.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome and bring out first, fighting out of the gold corner, representing Italy, it's Irma Testa.
Irma Testa is a hugely decorated fighter. World Junior Champion, World Youth Champion, European Under-22 Champion, and then Senior Champion of her continent, an Olympic bronze medalist, and then a World Championship silver medalist earlier this year, using to Lynch in the final, who beat her opponent, Ibragimova, in the semi-final. So they've got that in common, these two. Didn't meet in Belgrade, but very nearly did.
And now, bring out her opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing Kazakhstan, it's Karina Ibragimova.
Karina Ibragimova, a two-time World Championship bronze medalist, most recently, as I mentioned, in 2022 in Istanbul in May. Beat Michaela Walsh of Ireland in the quarterfinals. That was a terrific win. And then lost to Lynch. The other bronze coming in New Delhi in 2018. Referee just doing those last checks. She'll check the gum shield, the gloves, the protector.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is sanctioned by the IBA and the UAE Boxing Association for 5 2-minute rounds in a female featherweight 57 kg division matchup. Your referee in charge of the action from Tunisia, referee Sarah Bouhlel. Your 5 judges representing you tonight ringside are from India, Estonia, Italy, and Kyrgyzstan. And when the action begins, your female referee in charge of the bell in the center of the ring, representing the IBA by way of Tunisia, with referee Sarah Bouhlel. And now, reintroducing first, fighting out of the gold corner, she stands 174 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 56.9 kgs. She is the current 2022 IBA Women's Silver Medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, signore e signori, fuori d'attore, annunziata dall'Italia, Irma Butterfly Testa! And now, introducing opponent, fighting out of the black corner, she stands 175 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 56.75 kgs. She is the current 2022 ASBC Asian Elite Women's Featherweight Division Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, Khanimdar min Mirzalar Kharsaliniztal, Kazakhstan'dan Karina Ibragimova. Our fighters are ready. Referee Sarah Bouhlel will now be giving her final instructions to the boxers.
Boxers, keep your heads up. No holding, no low blue. Listen to my commands. Shake hands. Good luck.
So a touch of gloves between the two and a wealth of hardware between these two. The medals that they've got, the pair of them, well, a trophy cabinet would not be enough. A room might not even be enough. You might need a trophy wing to show them all off. Ibragimova also Asian champion, so these two into the middle of the ring. Testa of Italy in the white and gold in the orthodox stance. Ibragimova of Kazakhstan in the black and gold. Southpaw just working that lead hand. Always likes to keep that on the move. It serves as a distraction a lot of the time. It just keeps your opponent occupied. She does have a slight balance issue when she comes forward at times, as you saw there. She's got a wide stance, Ibragimova, gives her a solid base to punch off, but as she comes forward, that back leg will generally tend to come around a bit, exactly as it does there. As she comes in, those feet can cross at times, and that base just vanishes completely. And what Testa has got to do is adjust her own feet, tempt her to come in, and as she does come in, take that half step back like she did there, and try and catch her on the way in, because Ibragimova's balance, as I say, it goes over the top of that front foot. Her chin comes up a bit, and she is there to be hit as she comes forward there, but she does commit to those attacks. So that's what we've got here, really, in terms of styles. Good jab there from Testa. Nice shape there from the Italian, just creeping in with that front foot. And Ibragimova, again, there's the trigger, in she comes. And as she comes, Testa has just got to use those feet, step off. Maybe not straight back, just off and to the right, give herself a slight angle. Trying to double up on the jab, but was short with it. Then Ibragimova comes in, nice jab there from Testa, just knocked the head back. These 2-minute rounds fly by. So we discussed that because elite female amateurs do, of course, box 3-minute rounds. They box 3-minute rounds, but in the professional ranks, generally speaking, they box 2-minute rounds. They don't have to. The promoter can apply to the commission, the governing body in charge of the fight, for 3-minute rounds, but generally it's 2-minute rounds. So in the Pro Series, they're going with 2-minute rounds. And there's the kind of clumsiness, if you like, of Ibragimova at times. As I understand it, IBA are kind of, they're going with 2-minute rounds at the minute, but I think they're open to 3-minute rounds. I think personally it would be a good kind of statement for them to make, to say, listen, our elite female amateurs box 3-minute rounds. In our Pro Series, you're going to box 3-minute rounds. I think it'll be a popular move. I enjoy the 2-minute rounds in pro boxing. It gives us something a bit different. The breakneck pace of it, the speed of it, it's given us some terrific entertainment. And I certainly don't want to see 3-minute rounds just because I want to see more stoppages. That's not the point of it at all. But 3-minute rounds definitely do suit some fighters more than others. And I think there are some fighters in the female pro ranks who are being penalised a bit by the 2-minute rounds. But as I say, they've given us some terrific entertainment. So it's an ongoing debate, but IBA are in charge of this competition, the Pro Series, and they will decide where they go with that. Left hand on the inside there in the early stages looked a bit low. And again she comes in there. The right hand, the wide right hand, might just have got through there for Ibragimova. But the interesting thing about her stylistically is that when she throws that jab, she is absolutely technique-wise on point. Steps in, flicks it up from the waist, really extends with it. But when she looks to throw the backhand, you just do not get what you expect to see. It's like fighting two completely different fighters. As she's set up for the jab, she is technically correct, but then as she comes forward like that, really she does everything wrong. But it's effective. It can be difficult to cope with. A tangle of the front feet there, which you often see with an orthodox against a southpaw fighter. That's why Testa went down. There was no punch involved. Looking for the jab there, Testa. And she knows she's never going to have to wait long, Testa. That was decent. Got a couple of punches away, then stepped off to her left-hand side. Kind of caught Ibragimova as she was on her way past. And she knows, good jab there from Testa. She knows that if she just waits on the borderline of range there, just out of range, Ibragimova will come to her. And just shaping there. That's exactly what I was talking about. She just shapes there in that hinterland, if you like, that no man's land. Then she knows that Ibragimova, she just won't be able to help herself. She'll come forward. little bit untidy. Just a good left hand there I thought was a bit low. I think that was back at the start of the round. And there's the clash of the front feet. The good thing if you're Testa is that against an opponent like this, you'll know Ibragimova well, but against an awkward opponent, 5 rounds is better than 3, I would say, because you've got more time to adjust. So into the third. Just short with the jab there, Ibragimova. Testa, same thing. And she's just waiting, Testa. Leads off with a hook there, she's waiting. And here comes Ibragimova. Testa just gave the ground there. She's not quite as willing to commit, Ibragimova, and wander forward. There was a nice jab into the body there from the Kazakh. And as I say, she's got that in her locker. Good reach on it. She's the kind of fighter, as I say, with that long lead hand. She could win fights using just that. Again, just pops that jab up from the waist, and Testa's got to be respectful of it. She's got to look out for it. She just needs to keep throwing it, Ibragimova. Keep throwing it, keep throwing it. As her opponent, as I say, just shuffles in, slides in on her there, just keep throwing it. Testa looking for the left hand. Battle of the jabs more in the third round than we've seen so far. Just pushing off with the forearm, with the heel of the glove there, Ibragimova. That was a bit crude. Testa with a smile on her face pretty much all of the time. Bell goes, and that was a tight round. Kind of interesting shift there stylistically a bit from Ibragimova. We didn't really see her try and throw that left hand too much, so that balance issue that she has when she does do that as she comes forward, that wasn't quite so much in evidence, and not that much landed in that round. Both of them just looking to try and find the jab more than anything else. Right hand there on the inside from Testa, just dabs with a jab and gets through with a left, so the cleaner work probably did come from her. So 3 down, 2 to go. So into the fourth. Straight away, just trying to fire off that jab, Ibragimova. She's out of range for it at the minute. Testa just moving that upper body, keeping those shoulders rolling. Looks to try and get onto that jab. Again, it's similar to the third round so far. Ibragimova sets her feet that time, but managed to stay relatively side on. Lead hands just clashing there. Testa with those hands low, both of them keep those hands low and look to really flick it up from the waist. You can get good power. It bursts into an opponent's eye line, making it harder to pick up, and a little wrestle on the inside. Ibragimova did commit, trying to throw that left, and as is always the way, round that back foot came, and in she comes square. Left hand landed there for Ibragimova. Swapping jabs there. Into the final 30 seconds of round 4 we go. Referee just having a quick word about heads. Not that much to choose between these two in the last 2 rounds, definitely. Jab to the body there from Ibragimova. One to go in this very first female IBA Pro Series bout. Irma Testa staying on her feet in between rounds. Good jab. Nice short right hand there from Ibragimova. And Testa just showing her physical strength there. Ibragimova is awkward, really, really awkward. And she'll know that. You come across all kinds of styles in elite amateur boxing, but no matter what plan you might have to cope with it, every night it's always just slightly different. You're slightly different, they're slightly different, so you might feel like you know what you're going to do, but it's another matter putting it into practice. The referee just speaking to the pair of them about keeping their heads up. So final round. Left hand landing from Testa. The final one in that exchange looked to be the most accurate one. Ibragimova comes forward there, and that's where the heads might crack together, and she does lose the balance, and that's why she ends up on the floor. And Testa, not warned exactly, but spoken to about helping her down towards the ground. That's a nice combination there from Testa, and that's exactly what I was talking about at the start of the fight. Just a little half step back, just backed up as Ibragimova came in and clips her with that 1-2. I think she's doing enough here, the Italian, for me. I gave her the first couple. Rounds 3 and 4 were tighter, but I wouldn't say that she definitely didn't win either of them. You could probably have gone either way with both of them, so she could be 4-0 up, it could be 2 apiece, she could be 3-1, but that's kind of how I'm seeing it. Reaching for that left hand there, Ibragimova, but Testa was out of range. Got caught with the right hand that time though, Testa. Heading towards the final 30 seconds. And again, Ibragimova with those long spidery arms just pushing down on the head there of Testa. So last 10 seconds, right hand there just dabs through, and Testa backing up, just trying to throw off the back foot, working to the body. Final few seconds. There's not been a great deal in any of these rounds, to be perfectly honest with you, so we'll have to see which way the judges go with it. For me, it's the gold corner. Bit messy, but a clash of styles. You often get that. There was quite a lot of that. And there's a good example of how when she throws that left hand cheek, she comes in square. The head is a little bit low at times. And what she's trying to do there, Testa, is time her on the way in. She did it beautifully at one point in that round. But it's hard. It's a tricky thing to do. And these two will be called to the centre of the ring shortly. as I said, both medaling at the World Championships earlier this year, both beaten by the same opponent, the eventual gold medalist in Yuting Lin.
Ladies and gentlemen, this highly anticipated female featherweight matchup comes to a close after completing 5 2-minute rounds in a female featherweight 57 kg division. However, before we go to the scorecards, we'd like to kindly invite our special and VIP guests. Please help me welcome legendary former 2007 and 2009 super heavyweight Italian world amateur boxing champion Roberto Camarelli.
Great fighter, Roberto Camarelli, was an Olympic champion as well. Finalist in London against Anthony Joshua. That was a very, very close call, but a 2-time world amateur champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close after completing 5 2-minute rounds in a female featherweight 57 kg division matchup. We go to the scorecards where all your judges see it the same way, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by unanimous decision. To the gold corner, fuori d'attore, annunziata dall'Italia, Irma Testa.
So Irma Testa gets it by unanimous decision over the course of those 5 2-minute rounds. And she is the first female winner in this new IBA Pro Series as the belt goes round her waist. Pose for some photos. Next up, we've got the men's middleweight division. Uzbekistan against Cuba.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue action right here in the ring in the heart of Abu Dhabi as we continue our action with our next bout. Our next bout is sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's middleweight 75 kg division matchup. As always, please help me welcome first into the ring your referee in charge of the action, the woman by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Kyrgyzstan with referee Jamila Borkoeva. And now, please help me welcome as we bring out first, fighting out of the gold corner, representing Cuba, it's Yoenli Hernandez Martinez.
25 years old, Hernandez won gold in Belgrade last year, winning by a split decision in the final against Jalolov of Russia, who is a terrific young fighter, so that's a rivalry I think which is going to develop over the next few years. Belgrade was his first major international competition at that elite level, and he seized his opportunity.
And now, bring out his opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing Uzbekistan, Saidjamshid Jafarov.
Jafarov, a 3-time Asian champion, recently crowned in Amman in Jordan, been in Kazakhstan in the final, won last year as well against Abelkan Mankel. Got to the quarterfinals of the World Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's middleweight 75 kg division matchup. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside are from Tunisia, the United Arab Emirates, India, Estonia, and finally Italy. And when the action begins, your female referee in the center of the ring by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Kyrgyzstan with referee Jamila Borkoeva. And now, reintroducing first, fighting out of the gold corner, he stands 185 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 74.4 kgs, presenting the current 2021 IBA Men's World Boxing Champion, damas y caballeros, representando Camagüey de Cuba, Yoenli, Feliciano, Hernandez, Martinez. And now, introduces his opponent, fighting out of the black corner. He stands 183 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 72.6 kgs, presenting the current 2022 and the 3-time ASBC Asian Elite Men's Middleweight Champion, Muhtaram Khanımlar ve Janaplar, Hoş geldiniz. Bukhara, Uzbekistan, Saidjamshid, Jafarov. Our boxers are ready. Referee Jamila Borkoeva will now be giving her final instructions to the boxers.
No. Listen to me. Head up, no holding, no low blow. Good luck.
Final instructions from the referee. Interesting looking at their weights there, because Jafarov actually is nearer light middleweight than he is middleweight. He was in the mid-72s there, kilo-wise. Light middleweight 71, middleweight 75, so he's miles inside this middleweight limit, but he has always been a middleweight, basically, as far as I'm aware, but he's made it very, very easily. And you look at the shoulders on him, it's incredible to think that he can only be weighing basically 72.5. Nice left hand there from Jafarov. Good left to the body as well. If anything, you would say he was the heavier of these two. But according to the scale, he is not. Right hand lead there from Hernandez. He's in the white and gold. Boxing for Cuba. Cuba against Uzbekistan, two absolute powerhouses of IBA boxing. Just short with the right hand there, Hernandez. Dabs to the body with the jab, just dipped those knees. Dropped his height slightly. He's got a long reach on him, Jafarov. Really good build for a fighter, as I say. I don't know how he manages to get all of that into 72.5 kilos, but he does, and he's got long arms. There's that lead right hand again from Hernandez. Jafarov was taking his feet back. I don't think it really landed clean. Jab got countered there for Hernandez. He's looking to try and distract Jafarov a bit there, and did a pretty good job of it. Lands a right on the inside. Nice lead right there from Jafarov. It didn't land clean, but it did land. The laces come undone, and takes a bit of advice from the corner right next to me as that is just retied into the final minute of round 1. He's got that wide stance on him. Jafarov will look to come in with raiding missions, if you like. 2, 3, maybe 4 punch combinations and then get back out. Hernandez just short again with that right hand. These two right on top of each other most of the time. Right hand just caught on the gloves, and just look down at his boot there, Jafarov. I think he felt that he had his foot trodden on. That may well have been the case. It's orthodox against southpaw. It happens a lot. It's not something you can really complain about. If the referee feels that the opponent's doing it deliberately, then she'll have a word, but that certainly wasn't the case there. Turning southpaw there, Hernandez, and back to orthodox. Good left hand into the body there from Jafarov, took the feet in, landed that one. He's had the better, I would say, of this opening round. Both of these two staying on their feet in between rounds. There's that left hand, he just kind of arcs it in every now and again. And when he's looking for that right, Hernandez, he's just been slightly off with it. He does like that lead right hand, which is interesting because he kind of just wanders in behind it, really. It's not the sort of thing you see all that often. So into the second. Straight into action there, Jafarov. Looking to double up on the jab, went up to the head, then down to the body. Jab there from Hernandez, just caught Jafarov as he came forward. These two just getting slightly out of control there as Jafarov stumbled in a bit. Hernandez was trying to back up and disengage, and they ended up into the ropes. Look for that right hand again there, Hernandez, but he got countered by the left. Just tucking his chin in behind the shoulder there, Hernandez. He's trying to tempt Jafarov in and then looking to try and fire that right hand, I think. That's what he's looking to do. Trusting his hand speed, if that is the plan. Again, comes forward with that wide right. It's an interesting ploy. 75 kilos for Cuba, for so long the territory of Arlen Lopez, and he was another fighter actually. I mentioned how Jafarov looks pretty huge for the weight across those shoulders. Lopez looks absolutely massive at 75 kilos, but now moved up to 81. With Julio La Cruz going from 81 to 92. It's 80 now actually. Just crouched there, Hernandez, trying to tempt Jafarov, who was short with that left hand. Nice right on the inside there from Hernandez. He just backs up into the final minute of round 2. Lead left hand there from Hernandez. It was a good shot. There's that right hand lead. Sometimes it does land, but it leaves his feet kind of all over the place, really. He comes square behind it. There's no way you can't, the way he throws it. Unless you throw it and take that right foot right forward and settle into a southpaw stance. I feel like in the second half of this round, Hernandez has had the better of it. He's just picked his punches a bit better of the two of them. And slightly cuter. Good left hand into the body there though. Nothing complicated about that. Jafarov. Nice right to Hernandez. Good fight this. 2 rounds in. A good setting at the Conrad Towers in Abu Dhabi. Well, that was when they went blundering into the ropes, and it's a good job the ropes were there actually, otherwise that could have been a pretty heavy, messy fall for the pair of them. Uppercut on the inside there from Hernandez. A nice little left too. He picked some neat punches in the second half of the round particularly. So I'd go 1 apiece through 2 rounds. Trying to attack the body up close there. Jafarov didn't really have enough room to work right into the body again there from Hernandez. Was a decent shot and he touches down there, Jafarov. I'm not absolutely sure why, whether he was pushed down a little bit. I did wonder if he felt the body shot in the middle of all of that. I think he might have done. Good left hand there from Hernandez, and I think he's got Jafarov a little bit hurt here. He's just clamping those elbows in a touch. He's been hurt to the body. I'm quite sure about that, and that does leave the head open. Great start to the round from Hernandez, and Jafarov though just digging his toes in and launching into the uppercut. Trying to fire that single left hand, but the body work there from Hernandez took its toll, and Jafarov just looking to lean on up close here. These two just going forehead to forehead. Nice bit of work there from Jafarov, and Hernandez is happy to have it with that kind of rage. Referee talking about heads, but you have to let them fight in close like that. They're not really clashing their heads, and this is good to watch. Good right into the body there from Hernandez, and Jafarov trying to double up, looking for the fractions, just those inches that they need to get their work done at this kind of rage, the pair of them. Just grabbing hold. It doesn't look like there's an awful lot happening sometimes, but there's a lot happening in there. Right hand into the body. That's a good shot from Hernandez. Looking for the uppercut. Good short left hook. This is high-level technical stuff. Hernandez just bounces a head back there of Jafarov, who goes for the body and then again looks for the uppercut. Lead left hand from Hernandez. He's having the better of this into the final minute, and again there he finds a room for it. He's looking for that combination, Jafarov, where he goes right hand to the body, right uppercut. We saw Mike Tyson use that for devastating effect years back, but he's not really getting through with it. It looks good, but it's not really landing. A little right hand over the top there from Jafarov. That was a good shot. But the Cuban has really boxed well in this third round, and Jafarov has tried to bring some heat. I think he was hurt in the first 30 seconds to the body, but he's recovered from it well, if indeed that was the case. Nice combination on the inside there from Hernandez. Good fight, good fight. A little bit of afters there on the belt. There's some good body work from Hernandez. Look at that slashing left. Kind of stabbing right too, that goes right into the pit of the stomach, and there was a nice right in around the back of the elbow there too. And then when they got up close, kind of forehead to forehead, he covers up well there, Hernandez, doesn't he? and he found some gaps. It was a really good round, that. Very good to watch, but Hernandez just found those angles a little bit better, I thought. Into the fourth. Hernandez in the white and gold of Cuba, and Uzbekistan in the black and gold is Saidjamshid Jafarov, three-time Asian champion. Hernandez, world champion, crowned in Belgrade last November. Good work on the inside again there from Hernandez. Jafarov was trying to get his punches off, and he's putting plenty into this. He felt that right hand was low. It looked okay to me. Right hand there from Hernandez, just chopping down. Crashed into Jafarov's forehead. And throws a left edge Jafarov, but Hernandez has squeezed those gloves down. That's good work again from the Cuban. Just slides underneath the left hand. He's covering up nicely to the body, and then when they're right up tight like that, out of the two of them, it's him who's just able to find enough room. A little bit of a laboured lead left hook there from Hernandez, but got away with it. Nice uppercut on the inside there again from the Cuban. Jafarov is happy to have it at these kind of close quarters, but to be honest with you, it's not really suiting him. He'll feel like he's having some success because he is having some, but Hernandez is having more. Jafarov maybe now just looking to try and re-establish a bit of distance between the two of them. I would say he would be well advised to do that, because he's taken it up close in that second and third round, and he's lost both of them, I would say. Short right hand there from Hernandez, shortened it up as Jafarov came forward. Good little body attack from Hernandez, and then slides underneath the left hand. Corner, I think, just urging Jafarov to commit a little bit more. There's some urgency in their voices. I can't pretend to understand what is being said, but when he's just kind of standing on the outside like that with his gloves down, I think they know that he needs to step in and commit, really, as he did there. Steps in, throws that lead foot quite wide, lets that left hand go and moves onto the shoulder. And as we saw with Zeyad, Eashash, that kind of manoeuvre is really very difficult to counter. Hernandez just waiting for him there, trying to find the left of the body. Final few seconds of round four as these two just have a little bit of a pull and a push on the ropes up to my right hand side. And Jafarov came forward there, but he got caught a couple of times on the way in, just nodding his head as he comes back to the corner. Great bit of work there from Hernandez. Just tilting off to his left hand side. Left hand up the middle, right hand kind of over the top almost. And there's just that distance he finds. He's right in the danger zone there. But his feet are set in exactly the right position. Just so good at making those adjustments up close, and he's winning this one for that reason. I would have gone Jafarov just in round one, but I've given everything since then to Hernandez. Jafarov just steps straight in and fires off the 1-2 there at the beginning of round 5, and Hernandez just happy enough to tie him up. The referee will eventually get involved here, separate them. Good right hand there from Hernandez. He lost his balance there, Jafarov, as he came forward, and he's swinging a bit wildly now on the Cuban, just making him pay there. 2-3 punch combination that got through, but just before that, Jafarov launched that left. His balance went as he came in. Hernandez stepped to the right hand side and clipped him, and that is exactly how you deal with that kind of attack. Something that his compatriot Roniel Iglesias just couldn't quite manage to do against Zeyad Ieshash earlier on. But Hernandez giving us a textbook illustration of how you do it there. And he's just waiting for Jafarov to commit there, standing, let's say, on the borderline, looking to trigger him. And Jafarov is trying to come forward. He's getting a bit frustrated here, I think. Big, wide left hand there from Jafarov. Hernandez was able to avoid that one quite comfortably. He's bringing the heat here in this final round, Jafarov, but he's just not able to convert too much of that energy into punches landed, is the problem that he's got. Little right hand got through on the inside there, and again from Hernandez. Slight bit of blood coming from the nose there for Hernandez, who just leaves those gloves down, leans in a bit, just tempts Jafarov to tee off. And he doesn't need much invitation. Lovely combination there from Hernandez, and just disengaged, found a touch of room, and that really there just encapsulates the difference between these two. And again, quick hands from the Cuban. Jafarov, as I say, is muscular, he's strong. He's a bit route one. I've thought that about him in the past, and you can achieve a lot with an effective route one, but I don't think he's managed to do it tonight. He celebrates as the bell goes, but for me that's a clear win for Hernandez. Just a bit of action towards the end there, and there was that right hand as Jafarov came muscling his way in. Right hand to the body there from Hernandez. It's not that Jafarov didn't have his successes, he did throughout the course of the fight really, but the greater successes and the more eye-catching ones too came from Hernandez. A bit of a nick on the corner of the eye there, a bit more than a nick actually. Looks to me like that might be an old cut that's opened up, but it was right towards the end. Must have been right towards the end. So just waiting for the score slip to be handed to our MC, Richie Panica, who's just about to join us now, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's middleweight 75 kg division matchup. However, before we go to the scorecard, we'd like to kindly invite forward into the ring our VIP guest, presenting the legendary former WBC, WBA, and IBA lineal undisputed world super lightweight champion, Konstantin Kostya Tszyu.
Well, this is some parade of champions we got tonight. Kostya Tszyu, what a fighter he was. Still with that rascal little ponytail as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout comes to a close. Upcoming 5 3-minute rounds in a men's middleweight 75 kg division matchup. Your judges have seen it different ways, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by split decision. To the gold corner, representando Camagüey de Cuba, Yoenli, Hernandez, Martinez.
So Hernandez gets it by split decision. I thought that was pretty clear to the Cuban, but Jafarov was always coming forward, and some judges like that kind of heat, that energy, but it's about who punches most effectively. That's what you're looking for, and I thought the advantage there was quite clearly Hernandez's, and he gets the win, gets that belt. Good looking belt that is too, I have to say. I think Jafarov felt like he might have just about done enough, but not to be tonight. Those two will meet again down the track. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And now it's the big men. 3 fights left, 1 at heavyweight, 2 at super heavyweight, 1 a pro contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum and good evening to those of you tuning in here live around the world for the IBA Champions Night. Abu Dhabi, are you ready for your next fight of the evening? Oh, we can do better than that, can we, folks? I said, Abu Dhabi, can you hear me? Bringing on our next bout of the evening. Your next bout of the evening here at your IBA Champions Night is sanctioned for 5 3-minute rounds in the men's heavyweight 92 kg division matchup. As always, please help me welcome first to the ring, representing the IBA by way of Italy with referee Luca Validonga.
Luca Validonga, our referee for this one. Heavyweight fight, 92 kilos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we bring on first, fighting out of the gold corner, representing España, Enmanuel Reyes.
Enmanuel Reyes representing Spain by way of Cuba. Multiple national champion with Spain, got a bronze at the World Championships in Belgrade, losing to Gadzhimagomedov of Italy in the semis. Quarter-finalists in Tokyo a few weeks before that, losing to eventual champion Julio La Cruz, who he knows very well from his time in Cuba. Somewhat ironic that it was La Cruz he lost to, you have to say.
And now, bring out his opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing the Russian Boxing Federation, Muslim Gadzhimagomedov.
And coming out of the other corner tonight, the fighter that La Cruz beat in his Olympic final, Tokyo silver medalist Muslim Gadzhimagomedov. World and European champion in 2019. And actually beat Enmanuel Reyes at the Tokyo Olympic qualifier. So this is another rematch. We've had a few of those tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we're underway here at your IBA Champions Night with our next bout. Your next bout for the evening is sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's heavyweight 92 kg division matchup. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside from Kyrgyzstan, Tunisia, the United Arab Emirates, India, and finally Estonia. And when the action begins, your man in the center of the ring by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Italy with referee Luca Vadilonga. And now, regionally first, fighting out of the gold corner, he stands 189 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 91.55 kgs, presenting the 2021 IBA bronze medalist and the current 2022 EUBC men's silver medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, luchando fuera de la Coruña, desde España, el matador, Enmanuel Reyes. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the black corner. He stands 192 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 91.10 kgs, presenting the current 2020 Tokyo Olympics silver medalist. Дамы и господа, поприветствуем из Российской Федерации бокса Muslim Gadzhimagomedov. Damas y господа, damas y caballeros, our fighters are ready. Referee Luca Vadilonga will now be giving his final instructions to the boxers.
Okay, guys, watch your head. No punches back, no low blow, no holding. Touch your glove and good luck.
So a very good matchup this. Gadzhimagomedov didn't box in the World Championships in Belgrade, and that was true. Quite a lot of fighters who went to the Olympics, some of them needed a break. It came just weeks later, of course, which was a unique circumstance, really. I wouldn't imagine that that's ever going to happen again. I certainly hope not, because the circumstances behind it happening this time is not something we ever want to see again. Gadzhimagomedov, the taller of the two. When you look at the tail of the tape, the boxes out a little bit more of a crouch. Reyes looks more solid physically. Looking to use that jab, Reyes. Looking for silver at the European Championships this year. Struggle with the movement of Aziz Muhyiddin, and in the World Championships as well. The Italian, so quick on his feet, keeps it on the outside, closes that gap with lightning speed, and he's a hard man to get a hold of, that's for sure. Nice exchange there. Good jab from Reyes. Right hand from Gadzhimagomedov. Reyes, a Cuban fighter based in Europe. A few of them have made the move east. He found himself behind the Cruz, then Arislandi Savon at 81 kilos and then 91 kilos, which is why I said it was ironic that he ended up losing to the Cruz in the Olympic Games. Javier Banez boxes for Bulgaria. He was at bantamweight for Cuba until a few years ago. Laurent Alfonso, who got a gold at cruiserweight, boxing for Azerbaijan, originally from Cuba as well. Such strength in depth, it's hardly surprising in a way. We'll see a Russian fighter later, actually, Denis Lapatov up against Bakare Jalolov, who now boxes for Bahrain. So it's something that you see in international sports, in other sports as well. Good long right hand there from Reyes. Good fight this, right into the chest there from Gadzhimagomedov, and needs to just trading off up close, and Reyes has maybe felt a couple of those. He was tucking up a little bit. Gadzhimagomedov just looking to try and let his hands go. He's got a nice kind of loose style to him, the Russian. Final 10 seconds of round one, and this has been a bruising opener. There goes the bell. Looking for the right hand to the body there, Gadzhimagomedov. Lost his balance a bit as he came in there, Reyes, which he can do sometimes. So into the second round, they're scheduled for 5, and a good opener between these two. Reyes in the white and gold, Gadzhimagomedov in the black and gold. He's got a good jab on him, Reyes. But these are two good, technically correct fighters. They do a lot right. The technique's always an interesting one. A good technique is a technique that works, quite simply. But if you looked in the coaching manual, you would find a lot of what these two do in there. There's that jab again from Gadzhimagomedov. Just through it at shoulder height, coming in over the top of the right hand there from Reyes.
Stop!
To try hook off the jab there, Gadzhimagomedov didn't quite land it. Right hand from Reyes gets through with the second one, and Gadzhimagomedov though gave himself a little bit of room there and was looking to catch him as he was coming in. That was interesting. Left hand counter there from Gadzhimagomedov as Reyes just again dips those knees and tries to land the right to the body. Again, the right hand was just a little bit slow coming back there from Reyes, and again Gadzhimagomedov just fired off that left. That's something he's looking to do here, is time that right hand with the left hook, because often what Reyes will do is he will just flex those knees a bit, drop his height, throw that right hand quite low, and Gadzhimagomedov could just throw that left hook over the top of it. He's having a lot of joy with that left, the Russian. There's a decent jab though from Reyes. Good fight this, really good fight. Just look at those front feet. Reyes always just moving his forward. Gadzhimagomedov though happy just to back up and have his man come to him. Good right hand there from the Russian. Again looking for that left hand, and again he throws it there. Every single time Reyes throws that right hand, you'll just see Gadzhimagomedov just pull back, pick his arms up and throw the left hook. There it is again. And he's maybe just staggered Reyes a little bit there. You look at the face of Reyes and he's taken a few here. That right eye's looking slightly puffy from where I'm sitting. End of the round, another good round. Gadzhimagomedov in a nice groove here. And there's that left hand that he's always been looking for. Didn't really land it that time. It's not like Reyes isn't having some success. He is every now and again, but Gadzhimagomedov is He's a good fighter to watch. He's got a nice loose kind of style, good balance. Just a nice beat to his boxing. He doesn't really load up on anything, but he punches hard enough. Gum shield has come out for Reyes there, and he'll have to get somebody to help him with that, because getting that back in your mouth with a glove on is not easy. They'll need to rinse that off anyway. So into the third. That was a good round for Gadzhimagomedov. He's taken these first two on my card. Reyes with the jab. What Reyes has got to make sure he does here is everything he throws has got to go out quick, and it's got to come back quick. Or he's better off not throwing it at all. There's that balance from Gadzhimagomedov. Just pulls the weight back there and looks for the right hand counter. Goes down to the body. Right hand there from Reyes. Gadzhimagomedov though nice and busy in the opening minute of the round. Those hands just constantly on the move. Like I say, he's got that looseness about him. He doesn't try and muscle punches in, so he doesn't burn unnecessary energy, and that means that he can just sling those shots out. Keep his opponent occupied. Combination taken on the gloves there from Reyes. Reyes goes to the body. Left hand got through there though from Gadzhimagomedov. Looking for the uppercut there, the Russian. He was short with it. Bit of a tired looking left hand there from him. Reyes, I think, sniffed that, just stepped forward and fired off the combination, but to no great effect into the final minute of round 3. And maybe the pair of them just feeling the pace a bit here. Plenty has been thrown. Good right hand counter there from Reyes. I think we'll be a bit encouraged, slightly encouraged by the way that he could be able to finish this round. He's trying to put it on Gadzhimagomedov a bit here. I think he can maybe sense that he's feeling the pace somewhat here. Nice left hand on the inside there from Gadzhimagomedov. It's always hot underneath those lights. And they've thrown a lot between them. I don't think Reyes is quite doing enough to win this round though. Blood coming from the end of the nose. He had a flurry with about a minute remaining, and he needed to try and put his foot to the floor there, but he's not quite managed to do it. Good combination there from Gadzhimagomedov. A couple towards the end there got through. Blood coming out of the nose there of Reyes. And in these exchanges, it's generally speaking Gadzhimagomedov who comes out with the final word. That uppercut, as mentioned, was short, but that's a good right hand because he can see that he's tucked up there, tight, and he's just managed to just find the angle, just to sling that one in around the back of the guard. That's how Hannes Bachkov on the far right-hand side of your screen there. He's just away to my right-hand side. I mentioned him earlier. Terrific fighter. Multiple IBA World Championship gold medalist. Great to watch at super lightweight. Going as a pro as well. Exactly the kind of fighter they'll be wanting to get into this IBA Pro Series. That must be why he's here. Because like Jalolov, He's making waves as a professional, but I don't think he feels that there's any reason why he can't continue to box in IBA competition, particularly when they're putting up the kind of prize money and providing the kind of platform that they have been over the last 2 years and are going to continue to do. So into the fourth here. Just fell in a bit there, Reyes. Gadzhimagomedov got through with the left. Again, just doubles up on the jab there. Kind of hooked off the jab. It was the jab to the body, then went up top. Reyes really trying to find that right hand, but the problem he's had is that any kind of mistake that he's made, really, he's been punished for it. And as I said previously, Gadzhimagomedov is one of these fighters who probably doesn't really look like he punches that hard, but you just need to look at Reyes' face to learn that what he does land certainly has enough of an effect. Heading into the final minute of round 4. Well, the referee ordering the two of them to break, but I think they quite fancy just leaning on there, trying to get a couple more seconds, but straight into a nice crisp 1-2 there, Gadzhimagomedov. He's fighting in spurts a little bit at the minute, but he's livelier than Reyes, whose battery just seems to have run down a bit. Final 10 seconds. Right hand lead there from Reyes, gets through, but the left hand lands as well from Gadzhimagomedov, who's comfortably ahead here on my scorecard through 4 rounds. One more to go. Then we've got a pro heavyweight contest scheduled for 7 rounds between Ruslan Feyfer and the much travelled, very experienced Kevin Johnson. Jab just landing to the chest from Gadzhimagomedov. He's been hard to pin down for Reyes as well. So into the 5th and final round here. Enmanuel Reyes in the white and gold, Gadzhimagomedov in the black and gold. Much decorated, these two. Tokyo silver medalist Gadzhimagomedov. Reyes, World Championship bronze medalist. World Championships coming just a few weeks after the Olympic Games. Gadzhimagomedov, the world champion in 2019, European champion the same year. Good left hand there from Gadzhimagomedov. Again, it was Reyes just reaching for that right hand, didn't quite land it. He managed to avoid it and then just came over it with that left straight into the chin. right hand in around the back of the guard there. Gadzhimagomedov. Reyes just trying to leap into that left.
No punches back. Break.
Heading up towards the midway stage of this 5th and final round. Just leads off with the right hand there, Gadzhimagomedov. Reyes tries to come back with his own right. He's kept working, Reyes, all the way through this. It's been tough this for him actually, because his successes have been a little bit limited. Long right hand there from Gadzhimagomedov. He looked for the uppercut on the inside there, Reyes, and he was definitely there. He just couldn't quite get through with it. Again, just those good reflexes, good upper body movement from Gadzhimagomedov. He turned southpaw there. His feet just kind of took him into southpaw, but he made the adjustment, went with it. Final few seconds, it's the last 30 anyway. And as I say, Reyes is just going to keep working here, as he's done all the way through, but the edging quality has been Gadzhimagomedov. Certainly from the second round onwards. Good jab there from Gadzhimagomedov, who's just putting his foot to the floor here in the final 10 seconds and letting his hands go. There goes the bell, and that's a comprehensive win for the man in the black corner. There's that left hand again. He's landed that so many times, so accurate with it. And Reyes, he stuck to it, Reyes, because he could have started to feel a bit sorry for himself in there, and he never did. But Gadzhimagomedov is a really good, loose, fluid, technically good fighter, and you can absolutely see how he's won what he's won. And it would take a fighter like the Cruz, who beat him in Tokyo, to beat him, because the Cruz is as, well, he's as loose and as fluid as anybody you will find. So these two in the centre of the ring, really enjoyable fight that, really enjoyable. Just a high level of technical ability from the pair of them, and this is what the Pro Series can offer, exactly that kind of boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, your bout of the evening comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's heavyweight 92 kg division matchup. However, before we bring on the scorecards, we'd like to kindly invite our special guest and VIP, the legendary former heavyweight, light heavyweight, super middleweight boxer, Roy Jones Jr.
Superman is back. If anybody's worth a return visit to the ring, it's him. He'll have enjoyed watching Gadzhimagomedov, I can tell you that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout will determine your winner of your IBA Heavyweight Championship title. In addition, your winner will receive, on behalf of Mr. Umar Kremlev, $30,000 cash, and your follow-up runner-up will win $20,000. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the scorecard. After completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's heavyweight 92 kg division, all your judges see it the same way, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by unanimous decision. To the black corner,
unanimous decision, as it had to be for Muslim Gadzhimagomedov. Maybe the best performance of the night, that one, I think. Draped in the Russian flag. And as I said, Roy Jones will have enjoyed that. He'd have enjoyed that very much. And Reyes, I tip my hat to him. He stuck to it. He stuck with it. I think it was quite painful in there at times.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached your co-main event of the evening. Your co-main event of the evening here at your IBA Champions Night is sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation for 7 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg matchup. As always, please help me welcome first to the ring your referee in charge of the action, the man by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Estonia with referee Jakov Pettersson.
Jakov Pettersson just checking out the ropes there, making sure they're all to his liking. Very standard setup for these IBA rings. Good tension in the ropes. Nice, firm, springy canvas. Very consistent, which is important for fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your co-main event of the evening. Your co-main event of the evening is sanctioned for 7 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg matchup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we bring our first fighting out of the goal corner, representing Russia, is Ruslan Pfeiffer.
So Ruslan Pfeiffer campaigning at heavyweight these days. I'll describe this as heavyweight in professional boxing terms, which means it's above 200 pounds, which is roughly where the 92 kilo limit is for IBA boxing. Rishi described this as super heavyweight, just to make sure he differentiates it from IBA heavyweight. But these two pro fighters, they'll come in well north of 200 pounds. He used to be a cruiser fighter, boxed in the World Boxing Super Series, but it's been up at heavyweight before, but certainly for his last few fights anyway.
And now, bring out his opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing the United States of America, it's Kevin Johnson.
Well, Kevin Johnson has been around the block a good few times. Undefeated at 22-0-1 in late 2009. Challenged for a world title against Vitaly Klitschko. Went the distance. He's been the distance over 10 and 12 against Tyson Fury, Derek Chisora, Kubrat Pulev, Andy Ruiz, Daniel Dubois, Agit Kabayel. Had a big win a couple of years ago, stopping former World Cruiserweight champion Juan Pablo Hernandez in 7 rounds, and he's still going. Still giving people a good tussle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your co-main event of the evening. Your co-main event of the evening is proudly brought to you by Gold Caravan Travel Agency, sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation for 7 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg division matchup. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside from the IBA, Italy, Kyrgyzstan, Tunisia, the United Arab Emirates, and finally India. And when all the action begins, your man in the center of the ring, by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Estonia, with referee Jakov Pettersen.
Referee just seems to have a slight query about something here. I think that's been answered.
Stands 185 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 105.7 kgs. Дамы и господа, поприветствуем из Краснодар, Россия, Ruslan Pfeiffer. And now, introduce his opponent, fighting out of the black corner. This man stands 6'3", 192 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 115.3 kgs. Fighting out of Asbury Park, New Jersey, USA, presenting Kevin Kingpin Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your co-main event of the evening. Our fighters are ready. Referee Jakov Pettersen will now be giving his final instructions to the boxers.
Okay, gentlemen, keep your heads up, no holding, no low blow. Listen to my commands and make a clean fight, okay? Shake hands. Good luck.
About 10 kilos between these two. Johnson outweighing Pfeiffer by 23, 24 pounds, something like that. So the best part of a couple of stone. They're scheduled for 7 rounds. That's Pfeiffer in the white and gold, Johnson in the black and gold. And Pfeiffer 4 wins, 4 defeats and a draw in his last 9. So things gone slightly off the rails after he went to 23. No, he's been in with some good fighters though. Andrew Tabiti was 1 in the World Boxing Super Series. Stopped in 6th by Alexei Papan in August 2020. In between times got a good win, winning the Eurasian Boxing Parliament Cruiserweight title against an undefeated Yuri Kaczynski. That's a proper title, the Eurasian Boxing Parliament title, if you're not totally familiar with it. Pfeiffer looking to try and start quick here. Johnson has been in the away corner for a while now, but as I said, he does get some wins. Got a draw in his last fight in Germany. Pfeiffer has lost and drawn in his last 2. Last time I commentated on Johnson was against Martin Bakole back in late 2019 in Newcastle in the UK. He got stopped in 5 and Bakole only the 3rd person to stop him. Anthony Joshua and a fighter called Petr Milas, the other 2. And Bakole did it basically by just staying on him and just hitting him with nice, quick, busy hands. He didn't look to try and load up on anything. He didn't look to try and land anything massive and take him out, because it's going to be very difficult to do that to somebody like him. But he just kept the work rate really high and was just chipping away. Nice, short, sharp, accurate punches. And in the end, the referee just stepped in, because he'll tuck up behind that shoulder, Johnson, as he is now. Get that chin in behind it. Look to try and ride punches, shuffle in, and see if he could get something done himself. And to be honest, it's difficult to see Pfeiffer making much of an impact on him here. He's got 7 rounds to do it. I would be surprised if he can. Pfeiffer's thrown the majority of the punches in this opening round, but as I say, none of them have really had any effect on Johnson. I just wonder if as this goes down the stretch, if he'll begin to fancy it a little bit, because there's nothing to fear here from Pfeiffer for him, I don't think. And who knows what might... So into the second. Pfeiffer's got his weight quite heavily on that front foot when you look at him. Johnson just flicking that jab up from the waist. Decent looking jab that. As I said, he's very, very experienced. Pfeiffer just kind of fencing his way forward with that lead left hand himself, and Johnson is being a bit more ambitious in this second round. I think he has had a look at Pfeiffer and just thought, you know what, I can do something here. Again, just looking to just plant that jab. He's not touching with it. He's looking to do some damage with it. Little feint there from Johnson. Pfeiffer just comes forward, lets his hands go. Nothing on those shots though, really, in relative terms anyway, up at heavyweight. Look at that jab again there, Johnson. Pfeiffer's got that high guard. A bit of body work from Johnson might be advisable. He carries those gloves. When he does pick them up like that, he carries them really high, Pfeiffer. Into the final minute of round two. Switches southpaw here, Pfeiffer. Now back to orthodox. Not much in this round. Jab caught by the gloves there of Pfeiffer. But as I say, he lifts those gloves right up. He can feint that jab or touch that jab to the gloves and just throw that right hand into the body there, Johnson. He just dips his knees a touch, because it's absolutely wide open. So 2 down, this schedule for 7. 1 more to go after this. And we will see a reigning Olympic champion, another one in Bahadur Jalolov, as we look at some action from that second round. And Pfeiffer has just got to keep Johnson honest here, and to do that he just has to keep the work rate high enough. That's basically what this is about. He doesn't want to let Johnson get some kind of wind in his sails, because if he does, and he fancies going after the win, then I think Pfeiffer could be in a little bit of trouble, potentially. Pfeiffer just leaning on, lets that left hand go. Felt like he was clipped round the back of the head there from Johnson. 1-2 there from Pfeiffer. But again, he just leans off to his right hand side. Half turns his back. He's really side on. He's difficult to hit there, Johnson. Then looks for that left hand into the body. And Pfeiffer just being busy enough here to keep his nose in front in the first minute of the round. At 43, Johnson just hasn't really got any, and this isn't a criticism, he hasn't really got any gears. They tend to go as you get older. He's just got the one pace, and Pfeiffer, as I said, just needs to keep him occupied. If he did have some gears, Kevin Johnson, then he could win this fight, and he could win it quite comfortably. Looks for the big uppercut off the ropes there, Johnson, just sinking into the ropes, and then he tried to fire a right hand down the middle as well. Pfeiffer chopping down with the right hand, then gets hold and looks to try and just walk him back. Into the final minute of round 3. There's that 1-2. He's landed that to reasonably good effect, Pfeiffer, a few times. He gets in nice and tight. He knows that Johnson is going to tuck up and just lift over to his right hand side a bit. Johnson just going after him there with the right hand. What he knows, Kevin Johnson, for absolutely certain, is that Ruslan Pfeiffer cannot hurt him.
Stop!
He's been in with some big bangers, and Ruslan Pfeiffer is not one of them. Nice right hand on the inside there from Johnson. Still a Pfeiffer round. Kept those hands on the go, as I recommended that he should. Just as he's doing there, he's not doing any damage to Johnson, but Johnson is just looking for the odd gap. As he sunk into the ropes there, that could be an interesting way forward for him. And that was right at the end of the round as he stepped in and looked to just shoot that right hand down the middle. So into the fourth, Ruslan Pfeiffer in the white and gold, Kevin Johnson in the black and gold. You look at the fighters that Johnson's been in with down the years, it's a bit of a who's who. It's been the distance with almost all of them. That world title fight against Vitaly Klitschko 13 years ago. at the age of 30. He's been a professional almost 20 years, Johnson. Good right hand counter there from Pfeiffer. Just a little look down at the canvas there from Johnson. I'm not absolutely sure why. And stoops and jabs to the body. Corner just asking for the right hand from Johnson. I can understand why. He's working that left most of the time. A little bit short with the jab. Doubling up on the left hand there was Pfeiffer. The second one just about got to the target midway through round 4. Stepped in and looked to tee up the backhand there, Johnson, but Pfeiffer just scurried out of range. Good upper body movement there from the Russian. And again, a decent combination from Pfeiffer, who is described as doing what he needs to do here. He's expected to win this fight going into it at 27 wins, 4 defeats and 1 draw, but the record has been a bit patchy, as I described in recent times. He boxed a fighter called Shikabudin Aliyev in October last year. Aliyev 9-0. Drew the first fight over 10, then they rematched in March and he got stopped in 6, so any kind of stoppage defeat is always going to take some getting over. Just looking to hook off the jab there, Johnson. Every now and again he shows us a little flash of ambition, but Pfeiffer for the most part taking care of business here. He's not ever really looked in any trouble, Ruslan Pfeiffer. But this is going to go the distance. It would be very surprising if it didn't. Dispassionate expression on Johnson's face as he stands in that black corner. Up to my right hand side, on the other side of the ring, Pfeiffer with those legs just stretched out nice and long, which is exactly what you should do. Let those arms drop, stretch your legs out as long as you can. It just gets the blood circulating, the oxygen circulating around the body as effectively as possible. Looking for that right hand there again, Johnson. He can see it, he just can't land it. And again, that's something that happens to fighters as they head further and further down the track. He's 43 now. They can see the punches, they just can't quite pull the trigger on them. Pfeiffer with a left hand there on the inside. Johnson just occupying Pfeiffer with a jab there. Again, just climbs into that long right hand. The jab is the most effective punch for Johnson. Right hand just sends a bit of sweat spraying off Johnson's head there from Pfeiffer. Heading into the final minute of round 5. 2 more to go after this. Again, just trying to put his punches together there, Pfeiffer, but Johnson, as he manages to do always, is not an easy man to tag hard and clean. Johnson looking for the little left hook on the inside there. He took the space that Pfeiffer offered him. Just getting to work towards the end of the round a bit there, Johnson. Touch of gloves, 2 to go here. It's a professional contest at heavyweight. 105 kilos, 5 for 115 for Johnson. And there's that kind of shell that he tucks himself up into, and even that left hand that lands, you can see the feet are just moving back, so very, very little lands on him full force. He basically never gets caught with a punch as he's coming forward, which doubles the impact. Those are the ones that can really put you away, and he's not in that kind of mode. He's not getting onto the front foot, really going after fights and putting himself at risk of getting hit with that kind of shot. I did wonder if he might just begin to fancy this a little bit after the first round or so, but Pfeiffer has done enough, as I described it earlier, to keep him honest. A little bit more energy about Johnson in this 6th round so far, just looking to try and let his hands go a bit more. Just creeping in with that front foot. Pfeiffer leads off with a left hook. Flicking that jab there, Johnson. Pfeiffer just makes him give a little bit of ground. Jab just caught on the gloves there from Pfeiffer. And this round resembling most of the rounds that we've seen so far. Johnson just getting through this pretty easily. Pfeiffer, I think, doing the right thing as well, though, because the only way that this could really go wrong for him would be if he was greedy here, was trying to look to stop somebody who, to be honest with you, when you look at the record that he's got, Johnson, Pfeiffer's not capable of stopping. He doesn't have that kind of power. So heading towards the final 30 seconds. of this 6th round, and it'll be another Pfeiffer round because he's been the busier of the two. Decent looking left hand there from Pfeiffer. Came off the back of the right. Right hand there from Johnson right towards the end of the round. Just touched Pfeiffer up a bit as he came forward. Strong jab that from Johnson. He's still got that in his locker. We've seen that throughout the course of the fight. Every now and again he can just really plant it down the middle. So 1 to go in this 7th rounder. Ruslan Pfeiffer's probably won every round so far. Johnson is doing what he does, what he's been doing for a while, getting through the rounds, through the contest. So a touch of gloves between the 7th, between the two of them, between the two fighters ahead of this 7th and final round. Ruslan Pfeiffer in the white and gold, coming into this one with 27 wins, 4 defeats and 1 draw. Won the Russian heavyweight title back in 2015, but then campaigned at cruiser, then back up at heavyweight in recent times. You can see that, quite honestly, he's not really a heavyweight. Or rather, he's quite a small heavyweight. Johnson, 35 wins, 21 defeats, 2 draws, but we mentioned the kind of company that he's mixed in, and he's chosen to keep going in these later years to stay in the ring, earning a living. Good use of the jab there from Johnson. To let his hands go on the right hand side of the ring there, Pfeiffer. The uppercut was just slightly short. But Johnson again just doing a good job there of tucking up. Just a minute to go here. Johnson's corner just telling him that. Pfeiffer just backs off. Gets up on his toes, maybe looking to try and finish this with a little bit of a flourish as we head into the final 30 seconds. Johnson just letting go that left hand. And there goes the bell. So that'll be a win for Ruslan Pfeiffer. We'll see if he gets anything on the judges' scorecards. Kevin Johnson, that is. I would imagine he probably won't. He still got that jab, Johnson. Flicks it up from the waist. Uses that to keep his opponent nice and occupied, 5 foot. That was a spell where he had him on the ropes, but you just look at him slipping and rolling there, Johnson, and he uses that left shoulder really well, just tucks his chin in behind it, and very, very little clean or hard, certainly, clean and hard, gets through on him. And that's the art, that's the science if you're boxing out of that away corner. I'd imagine this will be his final fight of the year. But if one were to open up for him next Saturday, he could take it. He's got through this one. So one more fight remaining, that will be in the super heavyweight division. The IBA Pro Series, back at Jalolov, one of the rising stars in world boxing, whichever way you look at it. He's up against Danis Latipov. Russian born now, boxing for Bahrain. And there's history between those two as well. They met in the Asian qualifier for the Olympics, and Jalolov got the win. He hasn't lost over the 3-round format since 2017, which is what that fight was over. 5 rounds for those two tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, your co-main event of the evening comes to a close right here at your IBA Champions Night. After completing 7 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus a 92 kg matchup. However, before we go to the scorecards, we'd like to kindly invite a special guest, our beloved VIP. He is the founder and CEO of Hardcore FC, Hardcore Boxing, Hardcore MMA, and Hardcore Management, the world's largest brand on YouTube for the distribution of the field of martial arts. Please help me welcome from Russia, Mr. Anatoly Sulyanov. Ladies and gentlemen, after reaching a verdict, Mr. Anatoly Sulyanov will be giving his award for the undisputed men's super heavyweight IBA championship title. Alongside your winner will also win $30,000 on behalf of Mr. Umar Kremlev, and your follow-up winner will win $20,000. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our scorecard. After completing 7 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg matchup, all your judges see it the same way, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by unanimous decision. To the goal corner, дамы и господа, поприветствуем из Krasnodar, Russia, Ruslan.
So Ruslan Pfeiffer gets it, and in accordance with the rest of the fights we've seen tonight, he'll be presented with a belt and a check for $30,000 US. 20,000 goes to Kevin Johnson, so a very worthwhile evening for the pair of them. And Pfeiffer got it by unanimous decision. He'll have won every round on the judges' scorecards. I don't have any doubt about that. And as I said, one more fight remaining now. Always good to see Jalolov. But Latipov could show us something here too, I think. Speaking to his coach earlier today, he's made some big strides, some real improvements. Young man at 22. They fancy him to give Jalolov a run here, which not many people managed to do. And the big Uzbek has been in their national championships, and I think they've agreed that he could nip over here, box in this, go back in time for his quarter-final. That might be difficult if he has a very hard night's work this evening.
your main event of the evening and feature bout here at your IBA Champions Night is sanctioned by Mr. Umar Kremlev of the IBA Boxing, presenting 5 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg division matchup. This bout is proudly brought to you by Gold Caravan Travel Agency, Nirvana Investments, and our general partner, Gazprom. This fight will be sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as always, please help me welcome first into the ring your referee in charge of the action, the man by the bell, representing the IBA by way of Italy with referee Luca Validonga. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now. We have arrived at your main event of the evening. Without further ado, please put your hands together as we bring our first fighting out of the gold corner, representing Uzbekistan, Bahadir Jalolov.
So here he is, Bahadir Jalolov, Olympic champion. Two-time world champion, two-time Asian champion. Last lost over this 5-round format in WSB in 2018. He has been all-conquering in IBA boxing for such a long time. 12-0 as a professional with 11 knockouts. He is unstoppable at the moment.
And now, bring out his opponent to the ring, fighting out of the black corner, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain, is Danis Latipov.
So Latipov, originally from Ufa in Russia, now boxing for Bahrain, became their first ever Olympic boxer in Tokyo. Ran into Mohamed Abdullayev of Azerbaijan early on and got knocked out. His coach Tony Davis, who's just up on the ring apron there, has been getting some good work for him. Has been sparring Anthony Joshua, Lawrence Okoli. He did a bit of WSB back in the day for the Baku Fires.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. Your main event of the evening taking place here live around the world as we come to you from Abu Dhabi, UAE, is your feature bout, proudly presented by Mr. Umar Kremlev of the IBA Boxing for 5 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg division matchup. This bout is proudly brought to you by Gold Caravan Travel Agency, Nirvana Investments, and of course our general partner, Gazprom. This bout is sanctioned by the IBA in association with the UAE Boxing Federations. Your officials ringside, Mr. Walid Jarrah, our IBA technical supervisor from the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. Your 5 judges being represented here tonight ringside, scoring this contest, Yakov Petrofin from Estonia, Kabilan Saya Shok from India, Jamila Borkoeva from Kyrgyzstan, Sarah Buhlel from Tunisia, and finally Sultan Al-Wali right here from the United Arab Emirates. And when all the action begins, your head official and man in charge of all of the officials, your technical inspector, Mr. Chris Roberts, OBE. And now, this is truly the moment you've all been waiting for. Coming to you live from the fight capital, men, Abu Dhabi, Al Imarat. Let the fist fly! This man stands at a 200 centimeter tall, weighing in officially at 115.35 kgs. Ladies and gentlemen, he wears the gold trunks with white trim, presenting the former 2019 IBA Men's World Boxing Champion and the current pro boxer with an undefeated, undisputed pro record of 12 wins, with all of those big 12 wins coming in by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, Muhtaram Khonimlar va Janoblar, Khushkelitsislar, Uzbekistan, Sarosio, Alpamishe, Uzbek, Okhlani, the big Uzbek, Bakhodian, Jalolov. And now, for the final time of the evening, introduce his opponent, fighting out of the black corner. This man stands 195 centimeters tall, weighing officially at 105.5 kgs, presenting the current 2022 Stranja Tournament silver medalist and the first ever Olympic qualifier from the Kingdom of Bahrain, fighting out of Manama, Bahrain. Please welcome Daniel Latipo. Ladies and gentlemen, our fighters are ready. Referee Luca Vadilonga will now be giving his final instructions to the boxers.
Okay, guys, watch your head. No punches back, no low blow, no holding. Touch your glove. Good luck.
So quite a big height difference between those two. You could see that as they faced off in the middle there. About 10 kilos as well. Jalolov just getting down on one knee, flexing that neck. Latipov, as I say, has been working hard in recent times. These two met in the quarterfinals of the Asian Olympic qualifier, and it was Jalolov, of course, who won. I say of course because he hasn't been beaten in the 3-round format since the World Championships in 2017 in Hamburg. I was there. Kamchibek Kunkabayev, who managed to get a couple of wins against him in the amateurs, one in WSB as well. Got the nod that night, but since then, over 3 and 5 rounds, he's been, well, he has been invincible. Boxing out of the southpaw stance, the pair of them. Jalolov just trying to keep this on the outside, using that jab. Latipov has got to try and get inside that jab. That's the challenge. It's not easy. He's got such good basics, Jalolov. Keeps those feet same distance apart and then just steps in looking for that left hand. He's thrown in the UAE in March for a pro fight against Kamil Sokolovsky, and he stopped him in the 5th round. Sokolovsky, not somebody who gets stopped lots. When he does, it's by fighters like Jalolov, those top bracket amateurs generally. Just flicking that jab, backhanding that jab almost the way he throws it. Gets that whip on it right at the end. No knockdown there. Balance just went as he came forward there, Latipov. Coach just telling Latipov he's got to move that head, and he's absolutely right. If you get fed that jab when you're trying to work your way into range there, then you're going to be in trouble. Did well there, stepped off to his right hand side through the jab himself. Took those on the gloves, but they're heavy, those shots from Jalolov. Gets up tight there, snuck through with a left hand, Latipov. There's that cuffing left hand. He's just trying to sling that in round the back of the guard. Jalolov right on top of you with that front foot. He's so tall, that front foot will just make you feel very claustrophobic all of the time. There goes the bell at the end of the round. Little nod there from Jalolov to Letipov. Didn't box at the World Championships in Belgrade, interestingly, Letipov. Just fencing with the jab there. Keeping a tight guard, not letting much through there. They're still heavy, those shots, you'll feel them. But nice and compact. You cannot give anything away against someone like Jalolov. So into the second. It's the final fight of this IBA Champions Night. And Jalolov has been one of the most dominant of champions in IBA boxing in recent times. The other one that comes to mind is Andy Cruz, world champion in 2017, 19 and 21, an Olympic champion. So he's had a similar run, maybe even a slightly better run. Heavy looking left hand there from Jalolov. He steps in with it. There's plenty on it. Just telling Letipov he's got to keep that head on the move, because Jalolov is always looking to line up that big left hand, that straight left hand. And again there, that one crunched through the guard. That was a solid shot. Goes down to the body and then just changes the angle and gets that one in around the back of the guard. And these are damaging punches. It was exactly what the corner were worried about. He threw the first one straight, and then the second one, he just came in off the angle slightly to try and get it in around the back of that right glove. And land it around the ear. But he took them pretty well, Letipov, to be fair to him. You can't take too many of them. There's that straight left again. It's just really solid basics from Jalolov. He uses his height, he uses his reach. He establishes the jab, then he looks to put the left hand on the back of it. He doesn't really just step into the middle of the ring and throw that 1-2. He builds into the fight, no matter who he's in against. It's a good formula. It's what you see the best fighters do. Snatching the left hand a little bit there, Jalolov. That's good from Letipov. He saw the left hand coming that time, just stepped off to his right hand side. Didn't go back in straight lines. Took himself offline and avoided it. Got to be careful on the ropes here. Got to be careful, because Jalolov just being told off by the referee for the use of his lead hand there. Some referees don't like that. Kind of teeing their opponent up with the right hand, and I kind of get it, but for me this is boxing. It's not an illegal blow. And he's warming to his task there, Jalolov. He got some big shots through in that round. And there's the one that just comes in around the back of the guard. And that was the straight left hand, the more straight left hand. But he avoided that one, as I say. He just turned around his front foot there and got himself out of the firing line, and that's what he needs to continue to do. after he won the gold for Uzbekistan in the Tokyo Olympics, they put him on a stamp in Uzbekistan, Jalolov, which is a pretty big honour. I think the only way you could do better than that is if they put you on a banknote or a coin. And if he were to go to Paris in 2024 and win another gold medal, then I definitely wouldn't rule that out. Latipov with a decent looking jab at the start of the round there. Jalolov just touching with that lead hand, not looking to really plant it, more measuring the range with it for the left. He got into distance there, Latipov, but almost ended up too close and didn't really have any room to work. Covering up well there, Latipov, as he was pushed back into the ropes, didn't let anything through, either to the head or to the body. Just trying to punch down with the left hand there. Latipov's not been too expansive here. I can understand why. I think he's a bit worried that if he opens it out, then he's going to leave himself open. He's not being completely negative in there. He's trying to get punches off when he can, but doesn't really want to find himself backed up to the ropes, because that's when Jalolov just looks to really step in. He managed to ride that left pretty well there though, Latipov, sinking into the ropes. There wasn't much left on it by the time it got there. They just want him to be a little bit busier, Latipov, the corner, when he does let his hands go. When he does get close enough to let his hands go, rather. Through the jab there into the body, and they just wanted him to follow that up. And I do just wonder whether Jalolov might have half an eye here on his return to the Uzbek National Championships, because he's due to face Lazizbek Mullajonov in the quarterfinals. I thought him coming here would see him abandon that competition, but I've learned today that maybe not. They're going to try and get him back to box in the next couple of days in that quarterfinal and just resume action. Because it's pretty strict in Uzbekistan. In most federations, they want you to box in your national championships if you intend to represent your country in the international vest, and that's only right. But a dispensation has been given for Jalolov to come over here and do this, but it's then his responsibility to make sure that he's in a fit state to box when he returns from the United Arab Emirates. At the minute, he will be 3 rounds down. A fighter in those national championships as well, actually. There's a kind of mini Jalolov in Uzbekistan called Jahongir Zokirov, who I saw win World Youth Gold in Poland last year. Big, tall southpaw, and does quite a lot of the same things that we're watching Jalolov do here. But Latipov, as I say, he's covering up pretty well there. He'll still be feeling them, but he just uses the ropes there to take as much off these as he can. So 2 to go. I wonder whether Jalolov will just try and click through the gears a bit in his 4th or 5th round and go after a stoppage, or whether, as I said, given his situation with the national championships, he'll be happy here just to go about his business and see what happens. The old adage is that if you look for the stoppage, it makes it less likely to come, and I know what people mean by that, but I don't think it's necessarily always true. A little bit clumsy there from Latipov. catching with the jab. Jalolov looking to try and line something up with that left, but Latipov just in the nick of time there, I think, stepped off to his left and navigated his way off those ropes. That was good from Latipov. Dipped those knees, moved the head, got onto the inside, but when he was there, he didn't let his hands go, which he could have done. Midway through round 4. Just reaching for that 1-2 there, Jalolov. He's found it increasingly difficult to get really good purchase on those shots, basically because Latipov is looking to pull his feet out. Ride them as best he can. A little slip there from Latipov into the final minute of the round. That's the body there from Jalolov. Final few seconds of round 4. Jalolov need to try and just widen that left hand a bit, but again he's doing a decent job here, Latipov. It was never going to be the case that he was going to be gung-ho here and go after Jalolov. That wouldn't be wise at all. Nice pack on the back of the neck, and Tony Davis up in the ring with him. Former GB coach, somebody I know well. Again, just on the ropes there, he's not letting too much through. That's not where they want him to be, but when he does find himself there, he's actually got his wits about him. He's fully aware of just how to sink into them and take a bit of the sting off those combinations. So, 5th and final round. Bakir Jalolov, the Olympic champion, 2017, 2019 world champion, rather. Asian champion. He's won the lot, he's got the set. I don't think Latipov's going to do anything crazy in this round. Getting through 5 rounds with someone like Jalolov, I think will give him some good confidence to build on. As I said, he's only 22. Hasn't got bundles and bundles of elite amateur international experience, but a good amount. A silver at the Stranger tournament, which is one of the most famous, most well-established tournaments outside of the Continental Championships and World Championships and tournaments of that kind of ilk. He won that in 2020 ahead of the Olympic qualifiers, the Asian qualifiers, where he got beaten by Jalolov. Got through to Tokyo on ranking. It was a strange old qualification process because they managed to finish that Asian qualifier. In the end, they finished the European one. Started in London, then finished in Paris. They never managed to get the American one off the ground at all. And everything had to go on rankings, and that worked for some fighters, it didn't for others. And as a result, the likes of Sean Davis and Duke Reagan of the USA, who had turned pro and wouldn't have been able to go to the Olympics. Team USA don't cater for that. Found themselves qualifying due to their ranking. And it would have been crazy for them not to go in that unexpected circumstance, and they did, and they both medalled. So threw up a few unlikely scenarios. Into the final minute of round 5. This is our final fight of the night. Landed the left hand there, Latipov. Good jab from Jalolov, and I think he'll be decent enough condition to resume hostilities with his rivals in those Uzbek national championships. He's got national team coaches in his corner here, I think, actually, talking of Iglesias. So there goes the final bell, and that's a victory of, that's a kind of moral victory in a way for Latipov. I think that's how he'll look at it, getting through the full 5 rounds, and I can understand that. As I said, there's no point in being reckless and gung-ho against somebody like Jalolov, because if you do that, he will just punish you. But he tucked up nicely, he never gave anything away, and he got caught with some solid shots. That's a good example there, and never really flickered. Didn't land much of any great note on Jalolov, that's true to say, and the Uzbek got through that one in a low gear there. That's just the reality, but Latipov is in with the very best there, so I think he can be pleased enough with what he did. So this is our final fight. We will be getting our final announcement from our MC Rishi Panika in just a second. We'll have some highlights for you coming right at the very end as well. So if you've joined us a little bit late and want to see what happened in the previous fights, just stick around for that. Showing you a little bit of action from each of the contests. Some really good fighters on show tonight. Called the IBA Champions Night for a good reason.
Ladies and gentlemen, your main event of the evening, your feature bout here at your IBA Champions Night, comes to a close after completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg division matchup. However, before we go to the scorecard, we'd like to kindly invite a very VVIP guest. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the reigning, undisputed IBA President of the World, дамы и господа, поприветствуем из Серпухов, Россия, Umar Nazarovich Kremlin.
Umar Kremlev doing the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your main feature of the evening here at your IBA Champions Night was proudly brought to you by Gold Caravan Travel Agency, Nirvana Investments, and of course our general partner Gazprom, who have kindly donated us the money of $30,000 for our winner and $20,000 for our follow-up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our judges' scorecard. After completing 5 3-minute rounds in a men's super heavyweight plus 92 kg division matchup, all your judges see it the same way, ruling in favor of your winner by points, declared by unanimous decision, and still undefeated Uzbek Okhlani, the big Uzbek Bakhodier Jalolov.
So another win for Bakhodier Jalolov. That would have been 50 points to 45 on all of those judges' scorecards. There might have been some 10-8s in there, so maybe 50-44 possibly. A couple of pretty dominant rounds, but the T-Pop, as I say, I would never be critical of him in that situation. He's got a lot less experience than his opponent, and Jalolov he's on a different level to everybody else. He's shown that over the last few years. And I'll be fascinated to see what he does with his IBA boxing. They want him in that Pro Series. Why wouldn't he want to box in it? Why wouldn't he want to box in the Men's World Championships next year in his homeland of Uzbekistan, particularly when you've got $2,000 US, $200,000, I beg your pardon, US dollars on offer for a gold medal. What he'll do beyond that, we'll have to wait and see, because he does have real ambitions as a pro, and you can't be constantly kind of interrupting that flow, but he seems to be able to switch between the two very, very easily. Very, very easily indeed. And he's got his young family in the ring there with him, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that brings us to a close right here at your IBA Champions Night. On behalf of the team, Gold Caravan, Nirvana Investments, Gazprom, the IBA, the UAE Boxing Federation. My name's been Rishi Paniker. Thank you, stay safe, and good night.
Okay, so that's the action in the ring over for tonight. So we've had some good fights, and we're giving you a little run through of some of the best bits in just a few moments. Some big names on the card. Sofiane Oumiha, 2-time IBA World Champion. Reese Lynch, a recent medalist from the World Championships. Roniel Iglesias, 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Irma Testa, who's medalled at basically everything she's ever been to. Yoenli Hernandez of Cuba at middleweight, a World Championship gold medalist. Muslim Gadzhimagomedov and Enmanuel Reyes, world amateur titles between them, Olympic medals as well, and then at the end there, Bakhodier Jalolov, and we know how good he has been. So this is taking us back to the start of the night. That's Sofiane Oumiha in the white and gold there, up against Karina Tonakanyan. Oumiha, a 2-time IBA World Champion at 60 kilos, Olympic silver medalist from 2016. Tonakanyan, who got stopped by Oumiha in the World Championships in Belgrade, did a better job tonight. He was always competitive. He just never really looked like he was going to win, if that makes sense. He had some success, he landed some decent shots, but Oumiha has got those razor sharp reflexes. Now this was Reese Lynch against Amer Husain Ali Saeed. Now this got very interesting at the start of the second round when Lynch was put flat on his back by Saeed, and he laboured a bit at times, Lynch, but he did enough to get the win. We'll see better performances from him, but the Scot has had a big kind of 14 or 15 months really after stepping up to the World Championships where he medalled, and then the Commonwealth Games where he got a gold medal back at the end of July, start of August. Now here's the 2-time Olympic gold medalist in the white and gold there, Roniel Iglesias, in with Zeyad Eashash of Jordan. And these two met in the World Championships in Belgrade, and an early head clash saw Eashash get the win. It was kind of a hollow victory, really. He would admit that himself, but there was nothing hollow about this. He boxed terrifically well, really to a plan. That right hand did some great work for him. And Iglesias, and it's not often you say this about him, he struggled to work him out because he's got good variety with that right hand. He doesn't just headhunt with it. He could just get the bend in the arm, deliver it from up close, and he landed it again and again and again. And Iglesias just couldn't quite work it out over the course of the 5 3-minute rounds, and it was a deserved win. So this was our only female fight of the night. Karina Ibragimova in the black and gold, Irma Testa in the white and gold. Both had lost to the same opponent at the World Championships. Ibragimova in the semi-finals, Testa in the final. That was Lynch. And again, it was one of those contests where it was competitive all the way through, but Testa was just slightly the better of the two. Ibragimova a little bit basic at times as she came forward, as you can see there. Quite a lot of that too, quite a lot of wrestling, but Testa just managed, of the pair of them, to land a few more clean shots, and that was what got to the nod from the judges, and it was right that she did, I think. I don't think anybody would have too many arguments with that. Heads clashing together was always a possibility at times, but she saw her hand raised there in front of IBA legend Roberto Camarelli. And this was a good contest at middleweight. Jafarov, Saidjamshid Jafarov of Uzbekistan in the black and gold made a good start in round one, but Hernandez then got to grips with him. And as they took it on to the inside, right up close and personal, it was Hernandez who just had that better awareness of the space, created just those fractional angles for himself, and managed to land the better shots basically through rounds 2, 3, 4 and 5. Jafarov really tried to bring the heat in the final round, and he's definitely a physical fighter, but he's not, I would say, as good up close as maybe he would like to think. Not against Hernandez anyway, who just had too much for him and ran out on my card. Actually quite a comfortable winner, but in the end it was announced as a split decision. But it was a good watch. It was definitely a good fight to watch, and these two will be renewing that rivalry on many occasions down the years. I'm pretty sure about that. Although given the weight that Jafarov came in at, it's about 72.5, I just wonder whether he might be able to make light middle, but that's another 3 pounds or so. It might not sound like much, but it actually really is quite a lot. Unbelievable that he manages to weigh that when you look at the size of him. Hernandez is that bit slimmer, that bit more svelte, and it kind of is reflected by the movement that he's got. So this was the heavyweights. Enmanuel Reyes, a Cuban fighter boxing for Spain these days in the white and gold, a Muslim Gadzhimagomedov of Russia in the black and gold, and I really enjoyed this. Reyes really stuck to it all the way through, but Gadzhimagomedov is a really slick, loose, fluid kind of fighter to watch. If you look at him here, he never tries to muscle anything in, he's never tense, he never tries to really punch too hard, he just lets those shots go. He's got lovely feet. This was the heavyweights, the pro heavyweights, Kevin Johnson and Ruslan Faifa. Gadzhimagomedov ran out the deserved winner in that fight, by the way, as did Faifa in this one, over the course of 7 rounds. And then Jalolov, as we've just seen, against Stanis Latipov, the all-conquering Jalolov, who's taken leave of the Uzbek National Championships to come. He'll be going back to that. And Latipov stuck in there. He heard the final bell, but Jalolov, once again, unbeatable. And so that rounds it off for this IBA Champions Night. 8 good fights we had there, some top names. Look out for that IBA Pro Series. More of those 5-round fights are coming your way over the course of 2023. Hope you've enjoyed it. I'm Andy Clark. We will catch you again next time.